Hello everyone, welcome. Hopefully you guys are all doing well. GH first, as usual, of course. Alright. A bunch of stuff that we have to do here. Alright, I need to take out some stuff from the storage first. 10 boosters, very good. I still have plenty of boosters thanks to Ride or Die giving me so many boxes, which is always nice. Should probably buy some more of these as well. Okay. Now, I think today we have one pretty clear goal, at least I do, and that is to try to get this character to 245. I think that is a good goal to set ourselves today. And I think with just the dailies, it should get me to 243. And then if I do my 10 boosters, it might get me close to 244. And I have Monster Park, which should probably give me about 40%. So I think at worst, we'll probably be at 244, 40%. And we'll try to scrape some EXP to get to 245, because I would like to get into Moonbridge as soon as possible. Moonbridge will be a really nice spot to grind in, hopefully. I can see myself training in a lot of the areas very easily. And yeah, I think that's a good goal. So let's try to get this quick and easy level to start off. I'll just do my Arcane River dailies here. How is everyone though? Hopefully you all are doing well. Did you guys spend money on the Sunny Sunday? Because I know I didn't spend very much. I didn't have very much money to go in. If you guys have been in the stream over the last couple of days, or the last week or so, you would have probably seen me spending all of my money on just random things, and I haven't done any of my weeklies really this week. I still haven't touched my Xenon or my Wild Hunter, so I still have a lot of money to reap from those characters, but yeah, I've just been a bit lazy. Been enjoying myself too much on one character. It's hard to get myself to do other weeklies, for sure. Now, I'm hoping that these settle dailies will still give me about maybe 20% still. I think when I did it yesterday, it gave me about 20%. So here's hoping that it'll give me something similar today. Oops, I accidentally closed something. Give me a second. Alright, that's better. I accidentally X'd out of my chat on my other screen. Because I like to have my my chat popped out. It's really small in the window. I've got to zoom it in. I've got like, I can't read small text. Hello Nareth, welcome. Thank you for subscribing. I'm kind of glad that I only do the Arcane River dailies on one character. After doing them from, I guess from scratch again, on this Corsair, I would not have enjoyed doing this on multiple characters, that's for sure. I know my mechanic is not exactly done on arcane symbols, but you know, it can't be helped. Ooh, another goal that I had in mind was potentially going on to a lucid run. I think I might be able to do 5% maybe on a longer run. But you had a Corsair already. This is on Hyperion. Yeah, this is on Hyperion. So my first Corsair was on a separate account. If you've seen that series before, I made a set of videos on a Corsair. That was on a completely separate account where I did everything all over again. Then I job changed my jet to Corsair once they removed the class. And then I job changed that to Cannon Master. And now here we are again in Hyperion playing Corsair. The main reason why I made this Corsair actually was just because I wanted to make a new character in general, and I knew I wanted it to be an explorer. I didn't intend for it to be a Corsair again, but I don't know, something was calling, and I'm really enjoying myself. Even though I've made it's like technically my third Corsair. But I am enjoying myself a lot. I think it helps that the class that I'm playing is like good at training, I guess. The good training part's always nice about making new characters. Yeah, the Japanese set was a little crazy. Just a little bit. Just do my daily, so I'm not popping any of these runes because if I go train, I won't have the rune up in the spot that I want to train in, which will be in Celis. I think I will be training in Celis today. I had a look around at some rotations and I found a rotation that I liked. Relatively easy. I know I don't get that many fams, but I don't see myself staying here for that much longer. So I might as well go for the good EXP rates to get into Moonbridge just a bit faster, and then I'll probably stay in Moonbridge all the way to 260, or 255 at least. I don't think I'll train in, what's the one at 250 again called? Labyrinth. I don't think I'll train at Labyrinth. Yeah, I'm not really sure if I can get into Moonbridge today. I think if I can get into Moonbridge today, it'd be really good, but probably more likely I'll get into Moonbridge tomorrow. But that's okay. Not that far off of it. Just gonna do our 400 mobs here. Nice. And now I can go to Celis. But before I train, let's see if I actually level up from just these dailies. Oh, I haven't done my Sphera ones yet. Okay, the Sphera ones hopefully should push me over, but I think I'll level up anyway. I want these arcane symbols though, because I am slightly under Sacred Force in Celis. And hopefully this will make sure that my summons actually do like one shot, more or less. I think I am already one-shotting, which is good. But this should guarantee it. Hello Jun, welcome. Alright, making sure we're in our training preset. And to start off, I'm just gonna do at least half an hour of training. I don't know if I'll be training my full 10 boosters today, but I think just getting some progress done will always be good. Oh, and another nice thing about this map is that it's 100% burning all the time. Love to see it. Okay. Oh no, I can't jump. What's wrong with my character? Wow, I'm on a rope. I was like, why can't I move? What's going on? I'm enjoying this area a lot, actually. I'm glad that I picked this class to work on as a explorer. It trains nicely. I'm very comfortable with the class, even though I haven't played it for a while. And just overall, just enjoy myself. I think honestly the biggest part about it is that I really enjoy the movement, and the fact that it trains nicely is like such a nice bonus. I definitely could have played a lot of different other classes, but this one is very comfortable for me. And we will probably end up leveling here today, off of just finishing our dailies and our boosters. And thankfully I have a lot of booster boxes throughout my account. I could probably do another 60 this week, at least. Which is really nice. Oh, another thing that's really nice about Corsair is the fact that in terms of its IA, it's relatively straightforward. I think that's also a nice benefit. As much as I like a lot of other classes, requiring things like attack speed +1 or unique unique crit rate or unique, what's the other one that's really annoying? Buff duration. I think that's what made me come back to Corsair a little bit, because I'm the kind of guy that would want to try to get those things out of the way as well. But you can't really make those things, you know, come faster, if that makes sense. It's all RNG in that sense. Oh, there we go. 243. Now I'm hoping to hit at least 244 today. I don't know if we'll actually hit it, but it should be okay. I think I did the math for this map. I probably get about half an hour. Oh, sorry, not half. Probably get like about 30%, 35% every half an hour here on boosters plus VIP. So pretty reasonable amount of EXP, but it still means that it'll take me all 10 boosters to get a little bit above 90% or a little bit under 90% EXP. So I don't really see myself leveling up again. And I have done a little bit of training on 2x. Just trying to use up all the MVPs I've had on this character. And I probably get like 10% in half an hour. Or something like that. It's not a lot. Well, not a lot compared to when it is on boosters. These boosters are very much spoiling me. Surprised you can grind pre-260. I think because I've done this a few times already, I'm a little bit desensitized to it. But not only that, I find it actually kind of fun to kind of grind and actually see my EXP bar moving, if that makes sense. It's kind of satisfying doing like a half an hour training, like just do half an hours and you go up like what, 30-40%. It's kind of nice. Every half an hour I train half an hour. Oh, I wasn't wrong. It wasn't a productive statement, but I wasn't wrong. Any gains yesterday? Oh, okay, so yesterday I had two problems. If you guys have been part of my stream over the last couple of days, you've known that I've spent like 50 bill off event, right? So, well, for one thing, I'm very poor. I'm still very poor. I have 3.5 bill right now. So, in comparison to what I had at the beginning of the week right before the event, this is a very little amount of money. So I went into the event yesterday with about 5 or 6 bill. And that was just whatever was remaining after spending off event for the last week, right? But another problem was I didn't actually have that many spares. I blew up every single shoe, cape, and shoulder that I had. So I didn't really have anything anyway to tap, genuinely. Like, with 6 bill, I could have tapped my CRAs. They're still 20, by the way. Like with 6 bill, I could have reasonably tapped my CRA and then hoped that it went, but then if it blew up, the chances of getting it back to 20 is like kinda low. Like 6 bill, you kinda have to high roll to hit 21 star, or even 19 star. Very, very reasonable that I don't hit my stars again if I tap my Sierra. So I didn't consider it. So I went and ran Maru, and I actually got a shoe and a cape. And those are the last 2 items for my Absolab that I actually want to get to 21. Because you know, for Absolab, the cheap strat is to 20 or 21 star the shoe, cape, and shoulder. And at the end of the last stream, I think it was the end of the last stream, I did actually hit my shoulder, right? So my shoulder is 20 star. So I only had shoe and cape left. And Ranmaru actually dropped a shoe and cape. So obviously with 6 bill and a dream, I tapped them. And there's a nice little trace over here, so my shoe didn't go anywhere. But the cape did actually streak to 21. This was like a straight, you know, 12 to 21 cape in about a bill. It was kind of wild. So I'm pretty happy with that. My cape's done. 20 star. I haven't fixed the pot just yet because I don't really feel the need to rush it to legendary. I might need the money to do other things. Because I want to keep a little bit of money on me at all times, just in case I happen to hit a Carnage treasure on reset, and just in case I might be able to do a slime run, like it's just like a normal slime run, and maybe I luck out. I'm basically just keeping a little bit of money in case I want to make my last ring. And then I was just feeling lucky. I took a Golix run. I got a reinforced belt. It was my second reinforced belt. And I was thinking to myself, why not? Let's just tap it. Worst case, I blow it up and it's 0 star anyway. But I actually hit on the reinforced belt. It also streaked to 21. So somehow I had no money, no spares, and I hit 2 21 stars. Absolute streamer client moment. So yeah, this character is reasonably strong now for the amount of time that I've spent playing on it. I'm very happy about it. Forbidden 23 star Abso. Oh, another thing that happened yesterday as well. I got a Dom pendant. I got my first Dom pendant. Can't see it because it's locked here, but I did actually get a Dom pendant yesterday. That's the first one for this character. So that's pretty good. It's just chilling at 16 star, nothing too special though. Full bill and boom, full Dom pendants, 21 to 22. You know, I'm a little bit impressed that you hit 21 that many times in 12 bill. Unless you already had them at 21 for some reason. That's kind of crazy. Bit unfortunate you didn't hit 22, but damn, 4 21s and 12 bills. Kind of crazy. %, so ass. I don't mind 30% too much. I guess because I don't have that many expectations going to 30%. Never really phases me. I see why people don't like it though. It is, you go into it and then you kind of hope for gains and then you just blow everything up. That's just kind of how 30% are though. Imagine they give us a 5, 10, 15, 20 event. That would be crazy. Bill gain 1 star on your arcane shoes. You know, depending on what the star is, I'd say that's not a bad deal. I think if you went from like 19 to 21, I don't know if you count 20 as a star, but if you went from 19 to 21, 12 bills, not too bad. But yeah, arcane's gonna be pretty expensive, especially on a 30%. You don't save that much off of the safeguarding. But I'd imagine if you were star forcing your arcanes on a 30%, you probably don't have that many things to work on at the moment. You just take whatever you can get. Yeah, that sounds about right. Yeah, 17 to 18. It's just start forcing arcanes on event. It's a bit rough. No, sorry, on like a 30%. It's bad. Bad on the wallet. Zeroed out. I am not fully zeroed out. I got 3 bill. You got an eye patch that goes to 22. Ooh, congrats. Congrats on 22 eye patch. Don't tell JH. Man's begging for an eye patch. Is it, every week is just like him crashing out. It's just, man, no TC, no eye patch, no ET. The guy's just sad for the next week. Too late. You're just in the endgame jail. What can I say? It's just how it is, man. He doesn't even have the excitement from Eternals anymore. A lot of people in the endgame still have to like look forward to Eternals, but this guy like hit them pretty quickly, all things considered. It's so wild to me, actually, thinking about it. There's so many people in Hyperion who have actually got 3-set 22 Eternals faster than the guys in Kronos, even though they technically had a head start. It just comes to show that, like, you don't need to be good, you just need to be lucky. Luck is a very important stat. Obviously, you gotta be good to some extent to be able to clear the bosses, but man. Some people straight up get gapped by RNG. It's so crazy to me. Making good progress? Yeah, I like to think so as well. It's just the consistent effort has is kind of showing off here on this character for sure. Three more weeks and find out if your DS goes 3-3. This mushroom game does like JH's Demon Slayer quite a lot. That character is hella boosted. If JH actually mained the Demon Slayer, like let's say hypothetically he wasn't playing his Bowmaster and he played this specific Demon Slayer from the beginning, he actually could have been like one of the strongest people in the server. It's actually so insane. In terms of just straight luck, like 2 out of 2 Eternals with already like 4-set pitch boss or something like that. And it's like 276, it's not even 280 or anything yet, it's so crazy. And it has like a double prime Saren emblem. I cannot believe it. Like that character ate so well. It's so like well fed. Yeah, because if you hit all those things early, like your motivation to train would be 100, right? It would be like 110. This guy would just be training the entire time, undoubtedly. There would be an argument for you to be like just straight up rank 1. I'd believe it, honestly. He has a rune force shield as well, yes. That character is insane. It's actually insane. Same set your main and it's only 8 months old. Oh. Because you made it on the second Hyperburn, I'm imagining. I had my Mech Zerko. I didn't even tap it. I only did stuff on my my Corsair, and even then, I only spent like about 5 bill. There's not much for me to spend on because I didn't have much money. I actually had maybe a little bit more than 5 bill because I did some of my mechanics bosses. That's why I got the Zerk, right? I did some of my bosses because on the Saturday I probably had only 2 bill. So, you know, I did my mechanics bosses, got a little bit of money, and then, yeah, here I am. Not much money to work with. I don't feel good tapping items when I can't see the end of it, if that makes sense. Like, if I can't reasonably get to the the fun stars like 21, or if I had enough money to even blow up the item, I'm not that interested in tapping it. That's why it took me so long to work on my Xenon's pitch boss as well. I had that Zerk and the ET on me for quite a while, and I never really tapped it because I didn't have money or had like different goals in mind. That's all it really was. Okay. It's nice to see purple portals. Yeah, actually yesterday during the purple portals, I got really lucky. I had two out of the 3 purple portals that I went into yesterday had the gold totems. Didn't get the collection for it, but that's pretty crazy. They don't come up very often. And I saw it twice in one day. I wonder how many people in Hyperion at the moment are training in Celis. I will be one of the 3. How many of you guys actually just skip Celis? Like, honestly. I think Celis actually has a little bit of merit to train in, but I can see why a lot of people wouldn't train here. You don't really get much out of it. You don't train to pre-260. That's valid. It is definitely better than Esfera, but there is an argument that this place isn't as good as Morass. I think it's a very legitimate comparison to, like, would you rather train here or Shadow Dance Hall 2? When I was training my Wild Hunter, I stayed in Shadow Dance Hall 2, right? And it was pretty good. Thank you, Anil, for the $10.
Go Holly, 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 go Holly.
I don't understand why it actually speeds up at the end. That makes it like 100 times worse. It's just like randomly speeds up at the end. You hated Morass as a 0. Yeah, if your class can't farm Shadow Dance Hall, I can see why Morass would be bad too. But because on all the characters I've played so far, they could all train in Shadow Dance Hall. And the rates there are really good. The XP rates are very reasonable. The amount of money you get is very high because it's an 18k map. But it's like on the active side. So I'm kind of giving up the better Mesa rates in favor of this map instead. And I think I'm okay with that. I don't mind getting the extra EXP so I can get into Moonbridge just a little bit faster. I think Moonbridge is probably more important than like the extra probably like 100 or 200 mil that I would have made training in Morass as opposed to here. But going to Moonbridge quickly is probably within my best interests. How Luwil ready are you? You know what? I reckon I can do Luwil ready. Okay, I reckon I can do Lucid. I don't know if I can do Will. For Will, I'm losing quite a lot of damage from the levels at the very least, and my level and my Arcane Force is like only 1 times, I think. So between my levels and my Arcane Force, Will is a little bit sketchy. Lucid, I think I have a pretty reasonable chance of doing the 5% right now. This is probably the strongest character I've made at this level. This is stronger than what my Wild Hunter was, and my Wild Hunter was able to do Luwil pretty early. We can try Lucid today? We can. When do you want to try? Because I'm imagining you're also taking other people as well. After the XP pot? Oh, sure. We can do that. Yes, you're patient. No. Okay. I thought JH was looking at me. I just saw what Shanks did. 17 star monocles are worth transposing. Well, yeah. It's an extra star on your monocle. You're only missing out on a little bit. at the moment, but you can kind of get like a free start if you transpose it. I'd say if I were you, Shanks, I would try to transpose it. It's probably worthwhile. Because the pap mark transposed onto the monocle is like one of the best items in the game. Because it only barely loses out to eye patch, and the eye patch has to be at 22. Got a Zerk and a Pap Mark on the same day. That's crazy. On my mechanic, that's exactly what happened to me as well. I got my Zerk after doing Hard Lotus, and I got a second Pap Mark on the character. Bit of a waste. I wish that Zerk was on my main. Hello, Yuki. Speaking of Zerk, congrats on your Shades 22 Zerk. What's on my Inkwell Note wish list? Fam card rerolls is on my wish list. More fams released. You know, just release them into Shangri-La, please. I think a lot of us would be very happy with Shang fams. What else? Buff the bottom 10 classes, please. So probably just those off the top of my head. Oh, and give us more ways to get arcane symbols, because I'm sick of doing arcane river dailies. Well, 10 classes. So basically, any class that you ever see me play on stream, they tend to be in the bottom 10. I'm just asking them to buff my classes, really. They really should. They really should just add more in. I don't know why they're trickling it after teasing it already. I can see why they did just Cernium, just to start. Because there might be like bugs and stuff. They're just using us as like QA, right? There is a world, I was talking to some of my friends about this. There is a world where they released the Cernium fams and they implemented it wrong. And every single like Fire Spirit dropped an epic fam. Like there is a world where that accidentally happens, right? So I can see why they did the first wave like kinda slowly, but then when they introduced Arcus fams, there was no reason for them to just full send it, you know? That the Arcus fam release was kinda Pepega, in my opinion. The old system definitely had a bunch of mobs dropping epic fam cards, like Junior Boogies were a thing, right? So were the, what was it, like the Oda mobs? Oda Swordsman or whatever? There were a few. You need to do 5.6 trill? Yeah, it's about 6 trill. Now, assuming that for Lotus, I did about 1.5 trill to do 5%. I think that's within reason. I'm probably at least twice as strong since then, so I could probably do it within like 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes even. I'll make sure to start a BA. Where's my BA button? %12% of phase 1. God. Make him all do all of P3. Yeah, I didn't want to clear the boss anyway. Well, I don't have 6 job, that might make it a little bit more sketch, but I think I should be okay. I think in my full damage gear, I should be pretty close to like 10 mil combat power. Should be pretty close. Like if I need to, I can milk out a little bit more damage. There's like some small things I can do to get a little bit more damage. I could like tear up the weapon, because it's only like unique 2-line. I suppose. Welcome. Thank you for subscribing. Let's for P1, I'll just do my burst, just because it's a guaranteed burst, and then we can get out of it, and then we'll do P2. Corsair's P2 is a bit gross though, I won't lie, because she flies around a lot. It's one of the classes in the group of classes that have a bad P2. Just like summon classes, right? At least the scurvy summons should be like 100% uptime, but broadside is definitely not going to be 100%. That skill is doomed. I don't think you can track that far for Lucid. I shouldn't red. Oh, yeah, hopefully. Won't die. I think I'll get run over. I'll get run over by the mushroom. I mean, I just need to do a 1.5 bars. We'll use the BA as like a rough estimate, but like Nil said, I just need to do 12% of P1. We'll see how much damage I do in one burst. I'm kind of hopeful. If in one burst I can do like half of a bar, that's pretty good. Like, if I go in entry and I do about half a bar, then we're chilling. If it's less than half a bar, we can do some quick math to figure out what's gonna go on. Missed out on the hyper burns. So focus on Legion until the next one. Yeah, that's fair. That's not a bad goal. They do give a lot of stuff for Legion building. Don't they give us like hella growth pots in the event? I feel like you could buy a lot of growth pots. It's pretty strong. Yeah, the BA counts everything, but it's a good like frame of reference anyway. Take a quick shower? Yeah, no worries. I won't start anything then. Just let me know when you're back. And then I can prep for it. I think from just training with those boosters, probably got close to like 25%, but I forgot to use a booster. Yeah, I got like 25% and I forgot a booster, so it's probably closer to 30% if I had used all 4 of them. All good. 30% in half an hour is pretty good. And I get a little bit more EXP from this as well. Done with those coupons. let's set up for hard lucid. Let's make sure that we have enough damage here. First things first, I need to check my IED. 95, okay, that's really good. Ooh, I have a lot of points here that I could use. Okay, nice. I have my Links and Legion in. Grab some consumables. Grab this or this. This. Legion Luck. What else can I do here? I'll grab an Ursus as well. Do I have guild skills? I do. Not much, but I have some. Four of you guys in your e-culling and class will live in 2 weeks. Ooh, exciting. Oh, speaking of living, I need to make sure my Wild Hunter gets a run. Not sure which class. Leveling Legion will help you decide. That's pretty fair. The hard part is always picking the main. Alright. We're in pretty good shape here. Some small things I can gain some damage on. Just seeing. Do I have any spare cubes? I wouldn't mind this being epic to get like an easy 3%, but I don't have any more cubes to tear it up with. I don't really want to use resources on that either. I think there's not much more I can do in that regard. Should probably have Blink on for this boss. Ooh, I think I do have an IED, fam. Probably a 15% IED somewhere. Why not? That's a little bit of extra damage. Copium. There it is. And let's clear out this inventory a little bit. Hello, Fuzzy. Welcome. I'm doing well, thank you. Oh, this is an epic part. I should have transferred this across. But I didn't realize. Oh, I can make gains with that extra metal there. The Celis metal. Attack. Wow, gains. Okay, I think this is probably as much damage as I can get for the time being. Don't think I can do much more than that. Red pot? I don't have a Monster Park red pot. Do I have coins on me? I do have some. Oops. I should really make a lot of the things that we want to buy frequently in the shop. That's easier to access. Like this merchant, it'd be very convenient if it was in the quick move, so we didn't have to come back here. I've been using gold pots. Yeah, I've been training and not using gold pots. That's crazy. I knew I was forgetting something. Okay. Now while we're waiting, I'll just do a quick catchy. Happy birthday, thank you. It's not my birthday, but thank you. One thing I miss about Wild Hunter is the part where I can moonwalk. I cannot moonwalk on this character. Be pretty cool if we got like a ring box from this and then something usable. That'd be ideal. But you don't really see that many ring boxes from Akechi, do you? I feel like ring boxes are so uncommon on Akechi, but I have seen them before. I think on my Xenon, I've seen maybe 2 or 3 of them from Akechi, which is wild. The box isn't that good though, right? It's just the green one, but it's a little bit of copium. I can quickly do Von Leon as well. Still working towards that last ring as a failsafe. I want to be able to get max meso drop gear, or at least like the basic meso drop gear setup. And I'm still missing a ring. So just slowly got to work on this. How many are we at now? We're at 6, so 4 more days, then I can get my ring. You can moon glide. That's true. This class is kind of cool. Alright. This is probably as good as I'm gonna get it. I could get the heart, but I don't have an android. Slight problem. Because we get the Android in a few days. We need to wait for this to reset and then check in 2 more times. How many mag pots do we have here? Got 2 here, and I think you get 1 here. Ooh. This will help. Okay. I think I am as prepped as I can be here. Don't think I can do much more than this. Guess I could look for a fame buff. I guess I could just fame a nil. And it should be all good. Happy birthday, Gex. To heart every stream I tune into, someone's wishing you happy birthday. You know what? At this point, I've just kind of accepted it. Somebody said it. Might have been Tilda. They just said happy birthday one time. Well, somebody said happy birthday. And it was kind of funny for the first week because it was just a week of people wishing me a happy birthday. And then a week became a month. And a month became 6 months. So here we are. It's just one of those things that just kept happening. You understand these allegations? I mean, I'd believe it was probably you. Or at least, you were part of the problem. If you weren't the start of it, you were definitely part of the problem. Okay, I think the only thing that I'm really missing right now is a auto buff pet. Because currently I'm only using 1 pet, and I don't have sharp eyes plus decent combat orders on. And I don't really want to put them in my auto buff because I'll forget Holy Symbol next time I train. I don't know. Getting on? Alright, just give me a second. I'm gonna close my my door real quick. It's like bumping around. You get birthday luck every day, but I haven't been getting very many things. Maybe it's because you guys are wishing me happy birthday that I'm not hitting. Alright, which channel you're feeling lucky, Anil? Actually, Anil, you don't even need the belt. I think Anil actually has a 22 Dreamy belt. Yo, Dreamy belt drop on the mule. Belt's mine. Oh god, imagine. Imagine a belt on a mule. I will actually cry. I'm gonna try luck in Helix first. If we do Lucid first, then we can pop the luck coupon and then do the fast ones after. Might be a bit easier. Because then I can also do like Gullix into Arcarium into Ranmaru. Yeah, let's do Lucid first. Honestly, like this Lucid run is kind of crazy. If I happen to get lucky, if we get, oh, dude, if I get a weapon box, holy. Am I dreaming too big? Am I dreaming too big with a weapon box? Alright, I'll be on your channel, Anil. Is 23 upgrade people actually go for? Yeah, people do go for it. The two items that tend to be 23 the most outside of like spare pitch boss, because you obviously, if you hit 22, then you try 23 spare pitch boss, right? I've seen a lot of people try to push slime rings. I've seen people push daybreaks. Like those tend to be the two items I see the most being pushed to 22, sorry, 23. Because at some point, you do get a lot of spares of them, and unless you're giving them away to friends and stuff like that, you probably don't have much of a use for it. Manually casting decent sharp eyes and decent speed infusion, or decent combat orders rather. Alright, this is probably as ready as I'm gonna be. You know what? The damage is kind of cooking here. I only need to do 12%, and I've already done half of it in one burst. Might be a very... Oh! Oh no! I'm dying. Might be a very comfortable 5%. Wait, yeah, I might be able to do the 12% in one cycle, so Neil doesn't even need to wait. Yo, I actually already hit 5%. Wait a minute. Oh well, getting close to it. Not quite, because it's being inflated by the golems, but that is a lot faster than I expected. Oh no, my summons ran out. I'm not very good at remembering to upkeep my summons. I don't have an iframe. I used it already. Yeah, this is pretty fast for a character that's like about a week old. Right. I think that actually, this probably puts me already into blue dot range, assuming that 12% is the right number. I did 12T, and assuming half of that is on the golems, I think this is already okay. Yeah, we can probably go straight into P2. I'll do one more burst in P2. And that's probably all good. I think if I do one more burst, I'm kind of guaranteed blue dot here. Yeah, I have my burst in like 30 seconds too, so that lines up nicely. And Anil doesn't even need a bind here, which is really good. I just re-rolled my double 5, I'm kind of sad now. What's the combat power? This character is at about 11 mil combat power. I'll wait for Laser Dragon to go through, then I'll burst after. Oh! What pitch you have to beat to break Superior Golix? For a lot of classes, they're around 6 or 7 set. Some classes require a little bit more than that because like you lose a lot of IED, and some classes really need the IED. Like I'm thinking class like, I think Kanas have pretty low innate IED, and so does Xenon. Xenon has a little bit of trouble with IED. But for the most part, I think a lot of classes can replace at like 6 or 7. How often do daybreaks drop? Not very. I found that in my experience, like, it doesn't drop that much. Not that often. And I still probably would not fodder it. I know it feels kind of bad considering it's widely considered to be best in slot, right? But a lot of players can also just use a Dom Pendant. It doesn't necessarily have to be specifically the Daybreak. But yeah, pendants in general are just kind of painful. Like between the Daybreak and the Dom Pendant, both of them are equally gross if you ask me. I think I'm actually good on damage here. We don't even need to worry about it. I don't think I can possibly go red anymore. Because I'm green here, way past the halfway point. So mathematically, I am guaranteed blue dot. Math checks out. Repop Scurvy? Yeah, I need to get into the habit of repopping both Scurvy and my broadside. Like, that's the hard part about playing this class for me, is just remembering to have my summons out and stuff. Oh, Neil just got obliterated there in the corner. And para-targeting? Thankfully, para-targeting only when I die. Thankfully, that thing lasts forever, but I still need to put down firing orders, so it's just like 4 summons I have to try to remember for the most part. Which is still, you know, 4 more than I'm used to. You're already fine at P27X? Oh, okay, that's a good number. So 7x, I guess, is like the halfway mark. Math checks out. Okay, I will actually turn off my scurvy summons here, just in case it breaks the box. Joke's on me, they're already off because they expired. Oh! I'm helping. I forgot to pop AB link, but it's all good. Okay, I should have no summons up that can break the box. Nice. Honestly, the difference between a 22 Dom and a 22 Daybreak isn't like game breaking, so I wouldn't be too hard on yourself. Yo, I get value here. I have a small drop, fam. I'm just gonna give myself a little bit of drop rate because why not for the ring box, right? Alright, here comes the copium. 216 drop rate, let's go. Ah, nothing. Unlucky. Twilight Mark actually would have been pretty pog, but let's not get too greedy here. He just left all the rubbish for me. That's crazy. Not the green cubes. But hey, we got the clear. That's all that really matters. Because I need to start building up the droplets. It's my first 3. Ooh, and we get a nice medal too. This medal is actually reasonably good, if I remember correctly. Yeah, it's pretty good. Let's take this off. Alright, let's do Golix, I guess. I can definitely solo Golix now, but Anil has like double my drop. Oh. I love Golix. Nice. It says here you have been seduced by the alluring mirror. Crimson Queen will drain away your life force. Interesting. That pool mechanic is literally Queen's thing. Coins. Very good. Do you want the purple key? I'll leave you the purple key. Alright, thank you very much, Anil. To leave the party. Now, there's probably a world that I could do Will, but I want to give myself better chances by leveling up a little bit. You miss having money. Yeah, me too, man. You can take the book if it drops. God. If a book drops on this Corsair, it's a sign. Yeah, I will probably want to try to get a little bit stronger for Will. It is a 250 boss, so I do lose a lot of damage. But my Lucid Run, in the Lucid Run, it was actually not that bad. Would it be too crazy to try already? I don't know. How much Arcane Force does Will require? I only have 640. Yeah, I don't think that's enough. It's in at like 700 something just to do 1 times. Let's have a look real quick. Just gonna go easy will just... Oh, actually easy will might have lower arcane force, but I can probably just have a look anyway. I don't know why I went to easy instead of hard. It says 560. Oh no, I need 7 something for 1.5 times, right? Well, I can just check here anyway. This is Oh no, it is 760. Ah, gross. I need 12 levels in my arcane symbols. 844. Bonus for E-Will. 760, so that's like, what's like 10 something for 1.5 times. Okay. Ask every time, I don't remember these numbers. Yeah. Same thing for V-Healer. All I just know is if you want 1.5 times for V-Healer, you need max. Well, let's have a look here. If I can do 1 times in hard will, could we just run it now and just save some time? Yeah, she's about 900, so you need max to do 1.5. Hello Sloth, welcome. What if I just spread these? It's 50 each. I do get like... I can get 2 levels in each of these. That actually puts me at 760. Because if I do this, and then these, I can actually do it. The champion burning shop? But this character's not a champion burn. You mean this one? I can't buy any from the champion burning shop. This character's not a champion. It's gonna look kind of cursed, but I need 70. Can I get 2 more levels somewhere? 70 here and like 60 here. What was the number again? It was 760. So if I get 60 points into my arcane power, that's a lot of points. How much do I get if I put a point in here? You get 10. So I can get 20 from here, so I just need 40 from this thing. 8 arcane force. I mean, we could do it. Let's see, arcane power, need 8 here. I'm just gonna put this to 10. Take your time. I mean, this is pretty easy to set up, actually. I wouldn't be against trying it now. We can, because I don't know, the prospect of getting an arcane weapon is kinda exciting. Okay, that puts me on 760, so I can do 1 times now with this layout. Does crit damage give me more than damage? I don't know. Are you down to run it, Anil? I'm down if you are. I think, in theory, this works out. it looks pretty good. I do lose a little bit of damage because of my level, so... But it's a long fight anyway. It's like... we can't speed it up because of the the checkpoints. I mean, I just rebuy my guild skills, I guess. I think it's like 7T or something like that. 7 or 8T. 6.2? Okay, that's way less than I thought it would be. That sounds pretty doable. Alright. I mean, I'm down to clown. Let's roll it. I only lose a little bit of damage because of my levels, but at least I do 1 times now. You don't want to book? Man, I don't want to book on anything except my battle mage anyway. We just pop some buffs here. Actually, Anil, can you chair? Let's see. I don't know if I can. I might have famed you already, but it's just like free damage, right? I can't fame you, unfortunately. Should I go ahead and just find somebody? Just real quick. It's like, might as well, right? Free damage. We have leftover buffs from the last one. I don't think it will take me more than 10 minutes to do. I don't really want to spend 30 mil, but I think I should be okay. I already popped those. Okay, I think I'm good to go. Oh, Tengu as well. Alright, I need to do 6.2T. I think we just need to keep it clean on both sides, and I think it should be okay. Oh, I'm missing 40 arcane power. Oh, I'm on the wrong hyperstats. It rotated my hyperstats across. Oh, because of my damage legion. I'll need to change it in a bit. Alright, Anil, we'll have to bounce out the other side a bit. Otherwise it's gonna heal. We should be okay. I can actually change the hyperstat in here. I'll just wait for the test. That's kind of troll. I'm pretty sure I can change this in here. Yeah. Wow, look at the even spread here. That's okay. I mean, I did about 1T here already. Now we just need to upkeep the damage a bit. It cannot see anything. It's just yellow. It's just yellow. Is this what it's like to play Bishop? This is what bishops have to deal with. Uh-oh. My summons might be mad smacking the... Oh, yep. I am so sorry. Oh, but then Anil has Dark Sight. It's all good. Give me double 5. Ooh. actually losing so much damage from what is it called? The level difference. It's actually insane how much damage I'm losing. There's a skill to negate that. Meow's Echo. Alright, we're kind of like halfway there. If I need 6.6, I am currently at 3. It'd probably be a bit higher if I didn't mess up my entry, but what can you do? Oh no, it's gonna heal. So I probably have to do a little bit more than 6.6. Up. I do not miss doing this. Well, at least next week it's not going to be anywhere as slow, I guess. Oh! Can't believe you got a book. Yeah. I think I know if you're here. I think we should just go into the next... yeah, let's just go into the next segment just in case. I don't want him to heal again. It just equips 10 levels ahead of you. Yeah, that's the Empress skill thing. Oh! I thought that was on my side. I griefed. I thought that the thing was on my side. No. He's gonna heal. What have I done? The dew drop rates? Yeah, I do remember that being pain. How much does he heal? Does he heal half of it? That is crige. That is so sad. That's okay, my burst is up in 10 seconds. No, but if it heals, I have to do more damage. It's a bad thing that it heals. Alright. I think after I burst, we go into the... We can probably go into the next segment. It's bad if he heals. Because the 5% is 5% of the overall damage. So the more that you heal him, you still have to add that extra 5% of however much you healed him technically. Okay, other side. I paid attention this time. Serious business, guys, no laughing. That's enough summons. I mean, the summons are like basically 0 cooldown. It also stops it from killing me. Sometimes it rains on my side. fam out. Alright, it's looking doable though. That's all that matters. I love the new covering fire tracking now. It's so nice, where it kind of follows the boss around the this vicinity of the covering fire. I think we can just go into P2 and I'll burst in P2. Take some time to do the test anyway. Uh-oh. He's gotta heal. Oh, good. I mean, I don't think it will make that much of a difference. Hopefully. Hopefully. I wonder what the halfway point is. I'm still kind of green here, which is good. So I've done 5% of P1. Blue. So far so good, but my guild skills are about to run out. I do kind of want my guild skills. I'm gonna pay it. This one, I don't know if I want to pay for it. I mean, I'm cheap. It should be okay. Is this H-Will? Yeah, this is H-Will. If you have it by 33% P2, you're safe. So that's the halfway point then? How do you dodge the wheels thing? You just interact and go to the other side. Oh, I didn't continue my BA. By 33%, do you mean 33% done or 33% left? It goes from one side to the other? Yeah, I would just go to the other side, like go to the other room. That's personally what I would do to avoid it if I couldn't jump over it or teleport through it. Or iframe. You don't really have much of a choice. Oh, so far so green. Oh, that was rude. Thought I was soloing? No. Not quite strong enough to solo. There's another way to get around it. Technically, you could run through it. It only does 99% or something like that, 95%. Green by 33% left, I see. Yeah, realistically you shouldn't be running through the tornado if you can help it, but yeah, sometimes you do accidentally get hit by it and you can survive it. Will is a menace. Alright. I'm green here at 33% left, so that means that we should be actually okay. I mean, we can just make sure, I'll do one more burst and then we can full send out. I think I should be okay. Yeah. For my own peace of mind, I will do one more burst. Yo, get out the corner, Will. What are you doing, bro? I can do my one more burst in P3. We can just get out of here. Doesn't have to be in here. I can't see. I mean, I'll have my burst up anyway in the next phase. Whether I like it or not. I just need to make sure I turn off my scurvy so it doesn't blow up the box on entry. Okay. Alright, I think we're probably good to go if I'm green here. What do I think of Corsair bossing? I think that the bossing is, like, the kit is actually really good. Scurvy is just straight up broken, in my opinion. It's 100% damage uptime for one thing, and it also gives you like the OP Hero's Will effect throughout like the entirety of the fight. The repositioning of the summons is a little bit annoying, but that's just like how the class is, right? Can't really do much about that. I think as a main, it's kind of fine. You kind of just get used to it. Every class has its own niche mechanics that you have to kind of get around. Nah, nothing. All good. Well, thank you though for the runs. We got the important things, which are these droplets. That's all we can really hope for. Thank you, Anil. Well, next week, hopefully we don't have to take so long. No will drops, yeah. Well, that's okay, because I want the droplets. At the very least, anyway. And I know some of the guys in the guild sometimes run C10 really late as well. So there is a chance I might be able to sneak into a Sea Gloom at the end of the week. I know the guild leader, our guild leader, he tends to run his bosses towards the end as well, so we'll see how it goes. But yeah, that's pretty good. Well, thank you, Anil, for the carry. Didn't get anything too crazy, but it's always good to get started on the droplets for sure. And you also added to the copious amounts of MVPs that I don't think I'll be able to finish. So thank you. Very good though. Yeah, you can't really compare Corsair's burst to other classes because it's not necessarily a burst class. So it's don't compare yourself to other classes like that. I think there's a bit of a lost cause to compare yourself to a burst class. You're just gonna make yourself feel sad comparing a DPM class to a burst class. And to be honest, I think in MapleStory it's not really productive to compare yourself to other players necessarily either, because when if you get focused on seeing how other people are, I know a lot of people get pretty upset because, you know, luck plays like a pretty big part in MapleStory, and that is not something that you can exactly copy or imitate for other people, right? If you get lucky, you get lucky. And in MapleStory, it's even more so because it's like more in your face. I don't know how it is for other gacha games, but for MapleStory, you see everybody's progress. Like, you can't really hide progress from other people. Like, they can just click on your character and they'll see what you're up to, right? Whereas in other gacha games, you only see other people post, and I don't know. I feel like that's kind of part of the problem in MapleStory, where we can't help but see other people's gains. It makes it kind of bad for some people. Comparison is the thief of joy. Yeah, exactly. A big part of the game is just simply getting lucky, and it's not exactly something that is worth losing sleep on. Kane does 50% of 6-minute BA in the Origin burst, and you know what? That's kind of like Battle Mage too. Battle Mage is definitely a 6-minute class. The Origin does so much damage, and then it's just DPM the rest of the way through. Advice on who to 275 Hyper between Cadena, Bishop, and Sair. If you want like a safe pick, it's probably Bishop. Although I heard that like Cadena's training is actually like pretty good after 6th job, because it has a lot of AoEs and stuff, but that's just what I've seen or heard. You adopted a kitty recently that jumps on your desk and keeps chasing your cursor. You mean like on your screen? That's pretty cute. Yeah. MapleStory definitely is more of a marathon. And unfortunately, you can't get better at this marathon in terms of your gains because it's so gated on luck. So the best you can do is just enjoy yourself and try not to be too upset at bad luck. That's all it really is. Any gains from 30%? I went into 30% with about 6 bill because I spent 50 bill off event. Not exactly the smartest thing, but I really wanted to make gains as fast as possible, right? I wanted to get into Hard Lotus and Damien and do 5% quickly, so then I can get the boxes, which is what happened. Shout out to Anil for taking me Hard Lotus and Damien. So I do have like my Abso, like my 5-set Abso in basically a week, which is really nice. And yeah, I had 5 or 6 bill going into it, and I 21 2 items. Absolute miracle, genuinely. I got my cape to 20 star, so that's just from a 21 transfer. And I have my reinforced belt also at 21. The one I'm currently wearing, it's currently 21. 243 already. Yeah, you get a lot of EXP from just doing these boosters. I try to do the 10 boosters a day on 3x with MVP. Gives you like probably at least a level every time you finish all 10 of them. Assuming that you're maximizing it, because I only pop the boosters when I'm on Rune. If I'm not on Rune, I don't pop them. It does take a little bit of time, I won't lie. Like, it takes an hour and a half basically. A little bit over an hour to finish all the boosters, but they're pretty good for EXP. Was bossing on Battle Mage easy? I think so. I think Battle Mage's bossing is like very straightforward. And the tools that it has to stay alive makes the class really easy to learn, in my opinion too. The only thing that you really have to like learn on Battle Mage is how to place your altars down quickly. That's the hardest part. If you can get used to placing down the altars quickly, the class feels like really fluid. Boosters feel like you're hacking is what Imagine totem rates feel like. Yeah, it really is. The amount of EXP you get from the boosters, and the amount of EXP you get off boosters is so shocking. It feels so bad to train off boosters right now. Even more so because I saved my 3x for the boosters. So if I'm not using them, I'm training on 2x. So it feels even worse. But what can you do? You gotta make the most out of the resources, so you gotta be a little bit less efficient otherwise. This coming Sunny Sunday? What's coming up this Sunny Sunday? Is it a training one? Or are you talking about the 5, 10, 15 in like a month? Spent 11 bill and had a terrible start. Rage tap your monocle, it boons, but hit 22 Suffering. And 21, 22 Twilight. That's not bad. Yeah, Star Forcing events sometimes can be kind of sad. Like if you have a bad start to it, without much to go in with, it happens. It's alright. You try not to get tilted because you can also get unlucky. I'm glad that you hit though. What's your favorite class so far? And any class you think is particularly easier to build? I wouldn't say there's any classes that are particularly easier to build. I think in terms of progression, all classes kind of progress the same way. You're kind of going for the same items. The only difference is that there are some classes that use shields, which is kind of cool. So you have to like adjust your spending a little bit for the shield, because ideally you would like a 20-star shield at some point. But I don't think any classes are easier than others. In terms of classes that I enjoyed playing, Battle Mage was up there. I really liked Battle Mage. I actually really enjoyed Mechanic as well, even though both those classes are weak. Yeah. What are the boosters? The boosters are in this current event here. If you look under the blueprints, you can get these VIP boosters. And when you use them, they're here. You can use these boosters and it spawns a bunch of the fire mobs. I don't know if you saw them on my screen earlier, but you have a bunch of the fire mobs that run around and they give a lot of EXP. And they just keep spawning for about 2 minutes. So if you put all the modifiers, all your EXP modifiers on, so I have like 3x, MVP, and a few others, gives you a lot of EXP at pretty much any level range as well. It's one of those rare things that is efficient to use on any character. Keep in mind though, you can only use 10 of them a day per character. So if you only have a limited amount of them, pick carefully which one you want to use it on. Pure training one, I see. 38 bill on 20-star Sierra hat top and 18 bottom. Yeah, that's 30% for you sometimes. It's a bit rough. I hope they buff resistance characters. If they buff resistance characters, I'm gonna be very happy. Get free FD on 5 characters? Yes, please. You hit a 21 ET in 6 bill? That's pretty good. 221 arcanes. Stopped at 18 star. You got a buff Blaze Wizard? Oh no, not the Blaze Wizard. Hello Andy, I'm doing well, thank you. Do I follow sports? Not particularly. Like, I'll catch wind of, like, various sporting events, but in general, no. Because I'm from Australia, and the only sports here that really gets coverage that I see as somebody who doesn't really watch sports is like AFL, which is like Australian football, and sometimes cricket. Pretty much every other sport I have no eyes on, and I literally do not get news on it. Yeah. AFL and cricket, definitely some of the 2 most popular sports here. I don't know if that is actually like cricket season, but yeah. No rugby. Again, this is just as from somebody who doesn't follow sports at all. I'm sure there are plenty of other sports that are covered in Australia and are popular as well, but as somebody who doesn't really watch sports, I have no idea. The only ones I ever see, just as a casual, person like looking at the news or whatever, I only see like random things about cricket and football. I guess Australian Open is on at, or was on. Is on? I don't know. See, that's how out of the loop I am. I just remembered it was on at some point recently. Or is on. I'm actually really out of it when it comes to sports. Does it snow where you are? Only on the mountains. There are seasons where people will go to some of the more popular mountains and there will be snow there, but I think for the real snow enjoyers here in Australia, we often would have to go overseas to enjoy like good snow. Actually, speaking of snow, the most common thing that people do, for those who really are like big enthusiasts of like snowboarding and stuff and skiing, they would actually just travel to like other countries. Like, I know Japan is a pretty popular destination for that. That's the first one that came to mind. I think Canada as well, maybe? I'm not sure. One of my friends got really into like snowboarding or skiing, and he traveled a lot for it. Because he said that it's just not the same here, even during like the good times. During the good seasons of snow here. Can't really be helped, we literally live on like a giant desert, so... One of the Japanese people only recognize Australia because of women's basketball. Oh, really? I'm sure like Australia has a good representation in other sports. Again, I just don't really follow sports. What's the uptime of the summons? They last about a minute each. And they all have a 100% uptime. The only ones that have a cooldown as well is the one that I'm currently... Like these little 2 guys that are following me. They have a small cooldown, but they're basically 100% uptime too. The cooldown is mostly to balance the status effect resistance that they give. If you get hit by random status effects, these summons will shield you from 2 of them every like 40 seconds or something. It's pretty good. A lot of Aussies come here to help with wildfires. Yeah, I know that the firefighters here, they do get dispatched overseas when other countries get hit by fires. I'm glad that this year we haven't had too many fires in Australia. Sometimes it gets pretty bad. There was some on the west side, here and there, but nothing too crazy bad, thankfully. I actually had a friend who lived in the areas affected by the fires, and it was a bit scary. Because for the people who live in the areas that are close to the fire-prone areas, they have like a whole like evacuation thing, and he showed us the map, and then the line of where the fire was going to be, like there was this like streak of red that was marked to be like this area might be caught by the bushfires. It was like this entire town basically, and I was like, man, that's really scary. So thankfully the fires haven't been too bad for us here. But when it does, like, when we do get bushfires, the whole city gets really smoky. It's kind of annoying, but it's not like we can do much about it. Summons are pretty strong too. Yeah, they're reasonably strong. Especially these two here, the scurvy summons, these two that follow me around, they do a lot of damage. And once Mastery 3 and 4 drop, these guys are going to get a Mastery finally, and it's insane. Very strong summons for sure. Yeah, the biggest upside though for this class for me right now is how like nice the training is. I could definitely train on bigger maps if I want to be a little bit sweatier, but I'm pretty happy just sitting in one spot. I can go like one map to the right, and it's got 100% burning with 18k mobs as well, but it involves me like jumping around a lot, and I just kind of painful. So let's make the classes you play look fun. I like to think that hopefully I can showcase the classes okay. There are a lot of classes that people aren't really aware of, and I kind of like showing the spotlight on those characters. I think the one that surprised a lot of us was probably Wild Hunter. I genuinely did not expect Wild Hunter's training to be so free. In all seriousness, like that character farmed at 18k rates the entire way to 260, and I was making like what, 600 to 700 mil per hour, basically sitting still. That is ridiculous. Like that's kind of wild. Like just making above 600 mil per hour pre 260 is already kind of crazy, but yeah. There's a lot of good mobbers that we don't really know about, and I do enjoy learning a thing or two about other classes. With Legion Wealth? Yeah, with Wealth and, what do you call it? With Wealth Coupon and also a Wealth Acquisition Potion. Because at 18k rates, you're basically training at, like, 260 rates. In terms of the mob count. There's not a lot of, not many options for high mob count maps. The ones that have a high mob count tend to be really big, and most classes can't cover it. But thankfully Shadow Dance Hall and Moonbridge in general have a lot of like compact maps, which is really good. Yeah, I think today I'm not going to do anything too crazy. Maybe I'll do some more weeklies afterwards, but I do want to try to get to 245 as soon as possible. And unfortunately, what this actually means is that I can't do my 100k mobs. Remember that thing that I was like kind of keeping myself busy with on my mechanic, just trying to get it to 270 plus doing the 100k mobs? Yeah, that thing is, that's kind of out the window right now. That is not happening anymore. I cannot train both this character and the mechanic at the same time. Which is a little bit of a shame because the 100k mobs is actually quite nice. I do like the idea of getting my Dark Knight and Fire Poison up, and training the mech to 270 is really good, but yeah, that's time that I don't have. And unfortunately, we cannot change our champion leader. If I could change the leader to this character, it'd be ideal. I actually like doomed myself in 3 different ways. Like 1, I'm not doing the 100k mobs at all now. 2, I didn't have this character as a Legion burning anyway, like a Legion champion. And it's not the leader. It's just like 3 different ways I could have made this work, but I chose none of the above. Kind of feels like I was doing like a multiple choice question and any of the answers could have been right. I just skipped the question. That's kind of how I feel right now. Restart the account. True. This account's bricked. Man. Actually, a joke that my friend and I have been saying to each other is the whole gobs gift thing. Because of one of the perks. Well, this thing, you can get the grandest symbols, and it affects Talahart for whatever reason. Usually they don't let you get additional symbols. When they introduce a new area, usually you can't have ways to get extra symbols, but for whatever reason, this particular event, you can get Talahart symbols. And I always make a joke with my friend who is like working to 290, and I said, dude, your account's bricked already. So you missed out on legacy gob symbols. It's over. Might as well just not play the game. If you ever feel bad about your account and ever feel bad about feeling behind, there are people in the server here who are genuinely sad that they missed out on the few symbols that they would have gotten from that daily. And whenever I think about that, I feel a little bit better about myself. Where I don't have to worry about things like that. There's no point worrying about legacy if you don't get that far. Yep. Does Talahart symbol even give stat? It only gives like meso and item drop, right? It doesn't even it doesn't even actually give stat? To just mech skip and Lomian. No, my mech originally was a boss mule. So I must have done normal Lotus, normal Damien, like, properly. For Corsair, the first week, because I made it like on either a Monday or a Tuesday. It's been about a week, right? So I did it around this time last week. I didn't think that I could get into hard Lotus, hard Damien, so I just did normal Lotus, normal Damien for the first week. And then on the second week, I did hard Lotus, hard Damien. Because I just didn't have enough time to prep it to do enough damage. But that being said, I didn't actually have any Absolab when I did hard Lomian, if that makes sense. So you can definitely, if you jam your equipment, like the other equipment, you could probably still do 5%. You just made an Nightwalker. Well, depending on how much money you have, JH, I think you could probably get into H Lomian. I can take you H Lomian if you want. I think if you max node it, get it to 210, 220, you should be alright. Because you want to have, like, you don't want to have any damage penalty on that. As long as you have decent IED, decent amount of nodes, decent amount of stars, it should be okay. Not gonna jam Meso on the character? Ah, okay, yeah. Then it might be hard to do H Lomian. Either that, or it's gonna take half an hour. However long that you think that you can do normal Lotus and normal Damien in, that's how long you're gonna stay in hard Lotus, hard Damien to get 5%. Oh, did you actually get the solo? I saw that you guys were doing some Black Mage yesterday. "43-minute run at 95 mil combat power." That is crazy. Wait, what level are you? Because that's pretty low combat power, but yeah. 277. Oh, pretty impressive. 43 minutes is crazy, actually. That's so fast. That's like... that's not even like... I'm not even taking into account hands, but like 43 minutes for 95 mil is really fast. Just hands aside and all, that's a really fast run. Yo, this guy's class is kind of busted, hello? I think it's Mercedes, right? I think the class is Mercedes. That is ridiculously fast. Look, I tried my hardest to do as much damage as I could on my battle mage at the time, and I still couldn't get it down that quickly. And it had nothing to do with like my hands either, because my damage uptime was basically 100%. Yo, the class gap is insane. What the heck? That's so unfair. I worked so hard for my clear, this guy's just casually half an hour run at a sub 100 mil. That's so crazy. Didn't have Mastery 2. I don't think it's that much of a Hexa difference, but the Mastery 2 might have made the difference. Mastery 2 might have... I guess the extra 2 levels as well maybe would have made it a bit faster. But still though, like, yeah, some classes ate really well with the Mastery 2. Also has a Raw 4. Okay, well, that does help a lot. That's a big difference. Alright. I'm not too upset anymore, but I'm still upset. I'm not upset about you, but I'm upset about, like, the class diff. Raw 4 that you constantly got kicked out of. Oh, that's the classic. The classic's when you put down your Raw 4 and you just get kicked by something. Whether it be Will, Black Mage, what else has a knockback? Seren sometimes. Wait, does Seren have a knockback? Sort of. The dash is sort of a knockback, right? Yeah. Every day in MPE. Yeah, that's right, because Mercedes is untouchable, doesn't it? Actually, Mercedes has a pretty good matchup against Black Mage, doesn't it? If you don't one burst out of P1, you can apply untouchable, and then you can dodge so many things in P1 for free. What a good Black Mage class, actually. Yeah, untouchable is like kind of crazy. Back in the day when Seren was one of the hardest bosses to do, in the sense like it just kind of got released, right? There were some parties that were trying to clear it, and one of the things that we really liked was untouchable, because P1 was actually kind of annoying. I remember people like begging for untouchable mules. So there were like a lot of parties that were 5-man that didn't have a 6th person, but their party didn't have untouchable. So there will just be like any Mercedes or Night Lords free to run. We'll take anybody that can enter Seren just to apply untouchable. Those are some interesting times. Take the Phantom? Yeah, Phantom. It was Phantom, Night Lord, and Mercedes. I don't know if there was another class that had untouchable. I might be missing one more, but yeah, I remember people looking for those 3 classes. One of my friends actually was hyper burning or burning a Phantom at that time, and he did kind of exactly that, where he just like stole Showdown and just, yeah. I think at least that was what it was doing. Good times, good times. Oh, I do want to say as well, to those who are in the Discord. Also, I do have a channel Discord, so if you guys are new to the channel, feel free to join the Discord if you just want to chat to the community about Maple stuff or just anything in general. We do have a community Discord. I just want to say, like, I'm actually a little surprised at how active it is. It makes me really happy to see people actually chat in the Discord. Is really cool, because I know a lot of my I had some other friends who had their own community Discords when they were streaming back then, and it was a lot quieter. I feel very appreciative of like how active it is. The thing that I think was the most surprising to me was the fact that you guys use the voice channel, because every once in a while I know you guys run bosses, and I saw a lot of Black Mage going on yesterday. That was pretty cool. So yeah, I appreciate you guys being like active in the Discord. Makes it feel alive. Feel like I should be a little bit more active on it, but sometimes my brain just shuts off and I'm just doing nothing. But JH is very useful when it comes to helping people. Very knowledgeable guy. Why does JH hate mercs? Because he's gapped. that's crazy. Hating is fun. It's just a hate watcher sometimes. Yo, the snake emote kind of went hard there. Mercedes best archer class. I think it's probably second to Wild Hunter. Yep. That's my copium. That statement will be true in about 6 months. Mark my words, guys. Watch. Wild Hunter, Battle Mage, and Mechanic about to eat good in 6 months' time. We're gonna be top 3. Not because they buffed the classes, but they'll just nerf everything else. Yup. So much copium. Pathfinder is at the bottom. Yeah, actually, Pathfinder gets a lot stronger when it gets Mastery 3 and 4. I'm kind of interested to see what happens there. I have heard that for Pathfinder, the 3rd and 4th Mastery does a lot. Road to 260 Pathfinder. I don't really want to push Pathfinder at the moment, but depending on how much stronger it is, I might consider it. Because I already have it made. The hard part about Pathfinder for me is that I heard after Mastery 3 and 4, it becomes a cooldown hat class, which is a little bit painful. Cooldown hat pain. Is this CS gear that makes you look like a cat? Yeah. We recently had in the cash shop this item that turns your character into an animal. It's like a random animal that you buy the thing, kind of like a premium surprise box, and yeah, you become an animal. It's kind of fun. One of my friends who's a Pathfinder main, they had to make a new cooldown hat, of course, right? As you do when your class finds out that it needs to have 4 seconds of cooldown reduction. So they're making their hat. By the way, they already had a 22 Eternal hat. I don't know if the second hat was a 22 Eternal as well, but you know, they made a new hat. And they actually hit triple prime with like stat and 4 seconds. It's so messed up. It was so free too. It was like 30 cubes and they hit triple prime. Absolutely disgusting. Getting 4 seconds by itself is already insane, but I'm pretty sure like they also got their own stat line. And you know what the craziest part was? The cooldown lines were on line 2 and 3. They weren't even on line 1 and 2. So they hit stat -2, -2. That is insane. I'm happy for them though. Honestly. The same person actually on the cube sale, they didn't really have much to do with the cube, so they were just fixing their Eternals. Because I think their Eternals were like 13, 10, 7. Something like that. So, you know, as you do in the late game, you're trying to fish for the last 3%. They hit double prime on both their bottom and top. Like 13, 13, 10. Absolutely disgusting. In the span of like 50 bill as well. Which is, I don't know if you guys have been, like, have gone for double primes before, but that's like way below average. Way below average. And their flames on their Eternals as well, 8 so bad as well. I'm pretty sure all their Eternal flames are like 130 and 6 or better. They're absolutely disgusting. It's all good, they're a Pathfinder. So you guys are not allowed to be mad at them. That's how it works. You know, people were very upset when I hit boss fams on my Xenon, but when I hit boss fam on my my Wild Hunter, nobody cared. Everybody was so mad when I hit the boss fams on my Xenon, and then I hit it on my Wild Hunter, and literally nobody cared. But yeah, their gear is like pretty good. I think maybe pretty good might even be an understatement at this point. But it's always fun to see like friends do well. Well, that was my Pathfinder. It's like a 230 or something like that. 230 something? Let's find out. Yeah, 232. When did this portal show up? Might as well grab this portal. I wonder why Nexon is sideline fixing the fam issue. Honestly, I don't think they know what they want to do with it. The easy solution, in my opinion, is just to simply put every area above... What's the lowest one that can get fams at the moment? The lowest one we can get fams at is a morass, right? Every area above morass should have fams in it. And then just call it a day there. They can do that and people will eventually get over it. It's not a great system, but at least it's accessible and you don't have to go out of your way to do it. Because that's the thing that's kind of annoying right now, is like a lot of people who are in, let's say like, it'd be like Carsion onwards, right? Like that's like the 285 area onwards. It's really annoying for you to do fams, because you can't realistically go back to Arcus. Every other level, you can kind of go back to Arcus to farm, but once you hit 285, this is... Even just like 280, you don't really want to be in Arcus to farm fams. But if your own area can farm fams, you kind of get over it. In that sense. Like, it's not a perfect fix, but at least you don't have to go out of your way to at least do something with the system. Because I know back when we were all in Limina, I'm talking about before Grandis areas were even a thing, all of us were farming in Limina to 275. And I don't really remember people complaining that much about the fam system. It wasn't great, people didn't really like it, but it was part of your natural grind. You didn't go out of your way to farm fams, it was just kind of part of the training. And eventually you would hit, because everybody was doing it, right? So I think if they just made it open to everybody, it'd be a lot cleaner. But the tearing up was also really painful. I think another easy fix is if they introduce a red fam. So that was an item that you could buy in the reg server before that just simply re-rolled your fam. Just give us more of those, or have a way for us to consistently get those. Just turn the fam system into another cubing system and call it a day. $100 mil a pop, that's pretty expensive. But it is a solution. Do you have summon duration in artifacts? Maybe? I'm not sure. I didn't really pay attention, to be honest. I do not have summon duration. So after I finish these boosters and then I do my Monster Park runs, I'd probably be at like 20%. A bit lower than I expected. Increases last 90 seconds, there was 60. Oh, that's alright because I'm just replacing them alongside my Fountain anyway. I don't think Fountain can increase in duration, can it? If it increases the Fountain duration, then I've been griefing myself this entire time. I don't know what I'd change. I'll probably have to check afterwards. Do you do Threads of Fate on other characters? I do not. Not for Fountain? Okay. Then I feel a little bit better about like not minding about the summon duration. Because if I'm going, I just go around to like place down Fountain. I'll just place down everything else. Not the most efficient way, but that's a easy way to make sure that I don't forget to replace the summons. When do I not grief myself? You know what, that is a very valid question. I don't know the answer to that. Hello Christian, welcome. Also Tyler, in regards to Threads of Fate, I do not. I do not do threads. The only character that has threads on my account at the moment, in Hyperion at least, is my Battle Mage. And I haven't done that thing in a long time. How was my 30% off? In 5 bill, that's all I had. I got 2 21s, which is kinda nuts. I got a 21 cape. So I have this 20-star Abso cape now, and I have a 21 reinforced belt. Yep. Got very lucky with the very limited amount of spares and money that I had. Yeah. This is pretty insane. This 5 bill is so cheap. The realistic thing that would have I kind of expected to happen was either I ended up with a 15-star belt and that's it, or I blow them all up. Because I did actually boom a few items in that time as well. And, I mean, I've been spending money on stream. Like, I spent like, what, 40, 50 bill on stream over the last week or so. And you guys saw how many things blew up. Like, I actually don't even have spares at this point. Like, I can't properly Star Force things, because I legitimately do not have any spares. There's no items for me to push. And the only reason why I had this cape was, like, at the beginning of the event, I just did Ranmaru and he dropped the cape. If it wasn't for that, I didn't actually have anything to tap. So yeah, got really lucky that Ranmaru actually gave me the right item that I needed. And then on top of that, it actually hit on the one spare that I had on that day. Because up until this point, I'd probably blown up at least like 10 to 15 different items trying to fodder. It's just, you know, it's just annoying because it's not really something I can get. I was hyped to farm on a new character, then got demotivated that you don't have Janice. Yeah, that's very valid. It's very valid. Any sub drops yet? Not yet. I did get a couple of belts, reinforced belts, and I'm currently using a... I also have a reinforced earring. So no subs just yet, but at least I've seen a few reinforced here and there, which is really nice. The reinforced are pretty valuable, especially the earrings. So then hopefully by the time that I get the sub earring, I might be able to jam a spare reinforced to 21. That'd be ideal. But again, yeah, it's just kind of at the whims of RNG right now. Surprisingly, I do have a Dom Pendant. I got a Dom Pendant yesterday as well. I finished up all the Star Forcing and I just did, you know, my dailies and I got a Dom Pendant, which is nice. Nice and easy 16-star Dom Pendant. I think now, I'll probably still just keep spending my money as soon as I get it, assuming I have things I can spend on. But I think very soon I'm going to run out of things I can spend on. Very soon. I might be ambitious and tap my Sierra to 21, but I'm going to need a little bit more money before I do that. They're currently 20, and if I blow them up, it's going to be really sad because I'm already on the low end for damage for a lot of the bosses I want to do. I can't risk any gains just yet. I told you had 20 bill to get 2 pieces of 21. Both went to 20, and you're dumping. Oh, wow, that's good. That's so cheap. Congrats. Congrats on your 321 stars. That's very good for 20 bill. Love to see it. $27 clear on Sea Gloom and 18 hard lucid. Ooh, very good. Big gains. Yeah, the stars really do add up. That's why I really encourage people not to be too greedy with their star forcing if they can help it. You'd be surprised how much damage you gain from just like 6 stars gained per event. Like if you were like full 17 star and then half of them go to 19, might not look like a lot, but it's quite a lot of damage. Zero to 19 and Pink Bean Belt to 19 and 18 bill. Kinda F event. Yeah, it's alright. You can't really do much about 30%. It's just high variance event. A cheap high variance event. 5, 10, 15 is probably where a lot of people are going to end up making their gains. So yeah, if you guys are looking towards trying to push your mains, definitely save up for the 5, 10, 15. 5, 10, 15 is probably your best bet at making gains somewhat reliably. A lot of the calculators, whenever they say like, oh, you hit this certain thing within average, 5, 10, 15 is probably gives you a better chance of hitting average for sure. It's actually difficult to hit 20, you know. 20 star is a very hard star to hit from 15. Just think about all the 30% you have to hit in a row. It's kind of crazy. Corsair's already 243, yep. It's gonna be 244 by the end of today too. I just need to finish up the last couple of boosters and then do some Monster Park and then that will get it to 244. So 245 is basically guaranteed tomorrow, but I might see if I can push it to 244 tonight. If I can get to 245 tonight, it'd be very nice because I would like to train in Moonbridge. Moonbridge looks really good. Did we get anything from bossing? From the Lucid and Will Run, we didn't get anything. No Twilight Mark, no Arcanes, unfortunately. But at least we got the Copium drop. 3 of each of the droplets. Let's go. A quarter of the way to the gloves, an eighth of the way to the weapon. Yay. What do I do with spare Abso boxes? If you don't plan on pushing Absos, you can just pick a random item and disassemble it. Or let it expire. Whatever you feel like. One spare of Daybreak, Twilight, and Slime Ring Pat Mark. You boom, none all hit 21? That is crazy. How much did you end up spending? That sounds like a lot of star forcing that you did. I mean, assuming that he actually safeguarded that, that's pretty expensive. All things considered. This is when he hits us with the I spent 10 bill. Then I will ban. Build during the 10%, 25 build the day before. Okay, you know what? That's acceptable. That's pretty funny that you actually spent off event. 11 pink bean belts in 11 bill. Damn. It was not the pink bean belt day. Sorry to hear, man. Sometimes some items just don't want to go. I do not encourage people to do off event, but it really just depends on how much money you make. Got a 22 eye patch on your main. You know what? That's a good trade. I would sacrifice 11 belts any day of the week to get a 22 eye patch, and I know a lot of people would do probably more than that. JH is off to boom a bunch of belts right now, so then he can get a 22 eye patch. Jay has been real quiet since you told him that you boomed 11 belts for a 22 eye patch. Sacrifice your 22 sub belt for that. Valid. That is a valid statement. Alright. I think by the end of this coupon I'll be at like 85%. That's pretty good. And then if I do another half an hour, probably get me a level. And then I would do Monster Park 7 times. It'll probably give me about 40 to 50%. I think each run gives me like 7 or 8%. Yeah. I don't know if I can get to 245 tonight. Seems a bit hard. Do I need to safeguard half of the booms 15 to 16? I mean, you wouldn't want to safeguard a pink bean belt anyway. I think I'd rather boom it than safeguard it. I think you're fine. 22 Daybreak better than 22 Dom Pendant because of set effect with ring and mark. I think it's pretty comparable for 3 set. I think between a 22 Dom Pendant and the Daybreak. The Dom Pendant has better base stats off the top of my head. And depending on what set bonus you are as well for the boss set, because a lot of people do have like the Magnus badge and a cup. So you got to take into account that 3 set as well, right? So usually it's like Dom Pendant, Magnus badge, cup. And even then, you might even still have a black bean mark. So even if you didn't have one of those 2 items, you might still be at 3 set. So it's probably comparable against like a little bit of stat plus a little bit of ID. The Daybreak is only like obviously better if it gives you the 2 set bonus. And this only really happens if you have a Zerk. If you had a Zerk at 22 or 21 and you decided not to push 22, the Daybreak would be better in that slot because it technically gives you 10 boss damage. Like between Dom Pendant and Daybreak, most players will not realize a big difference from it because it's so specific for the Daybreak to be slightly better. And oftentimes it relies a lot on the Zerk. And then at some point you do get a Source of Suffering, so then the Daybreak gets phased out while you're using the Source of Suffering. So until then, at that point, you take out your Daybreak, you put in the Source, and you gotta wait until like 6 or 7 set pitch to finally get rid of your Superior Pendant and then put back in the Daybreak. It's such a jank item. Sucks when you run out of spares. That's okay. For Pink Bean, at least, the belt, you can get, like, one every couple of days at worst. I tend not to fuss about the belt too much. Yeah. For most players, the Daybreak is like a pretty small gain. But if you didn't already have a 22 pendant, going for 22 Daybreak is fine. Because you might as well keep the first 22 that you get. Whether it be a Dom pendant or a Daybreak, it doesn't really matter. Like, min-maxing from one to the other is very small gains. And it's not really noticeable until you have like specific kinds of boss sets and stuff. Daybreak needs to be better considering it drops from way harder bosses. Yeah. It also doesn't drop very frequently too. When they released Daybreak, I kind of expected it to drop like Estella's. I don't know about you guys, but I feel like I see Estella's like once every 2 or 3 weeks. They're pretty common. Same thing with the Slime Ring. It's relatively common at 400 drop. Then Daybreak is like, I remember when they released it, I did V-Healer for like 10 weeks and I didn't see one. And at that point, my friends and I had already gotten a bunch of Estella's, all 22'd our Slime Ring. And just like the comparison between it is like nuts. Twilight Mark is rare. Only for you, JH. I'm convinced it's you. I think you got like a bad seed or something like that. This guy is like 15 weeks, no Twilight Mark or something. Dude, your account's bricked. Just re-roll the character at that point. Your bishop's bricked. My monocle is 17 and PAP is 0. Do I Star Force the PAP mark before you transpose? Yes. You get the PAP mark to 16. Just tap it to 16 and then you try to transpose. You don't need to use a tapped monocle. So technically you can just buy a new monocle, but you just need the PAP mark to 16. Now, I also hope that I get some arcane drops soon. Oh man, if I can get a weapon box, that'd be nuts. You don't lose the monocle potential? You do. So you will have to use the new one, Shanks, if you want to keep your hybrid. Which is okay. Like, the hybrid is worthwhile keeping. You might as well just make a new one. And, yeah, look, having a hybrid and a monocle is actually, like, kind of future-proof as well. If you ever want to push it later down the track, at least you already have the hybrid line. If anything, hybrid line on monocle is really good. You keep the tier of the PAP mark, not of your monocle. So technically, if you are trying to min-max your mesos, you can legendary the PAP mark. Doesn't need it. You don't get to keep the line, but you get to keep the tier. So you can technically save out on some reroll costs if you tier up your PAP mark to legendary. This is very min-max. There's probably a difference of like 10% at most, but I know some people do that. Using Black Bean Mark right now for damage gear? Yeah, that's good. Black Bean Mark is the standard. I hope I get a Black Bean Mark soon on this character too. Don't want to use Zakham accessories for too long. 3-line attack weapon will always be better for bossing. What are you comparing it against? I think it depends on some classes. Some classes do prefer boss attack. Really depends on like your ratios of your class having like damage and boss damage. Because there are some values of 30% boss damage being better than 10% attack. There's some values. Double prime will typically always be better. But yeah. 33 attack versus 13, 65, 60. Oh, sorry, like 35, 60. 35, 30, sorry. I keep saying the wrong thing. Yeah, I think it really depends on your class, how much boss damage you have, and like whether or not you have boss fams. It's probably like reasonably close. I don't know if you will notice like that big of a difference until you put it into a calculator for yourself. You'd have to probably put it into like Scouter or like a spreadsheet to figure out the exact differences. I want to say like the 13, like 3-line attack seems a bit better. But the difference is probably very class dependent and very character dependent. My gut says 33 attack is better. If it was like 1370 boss damage, that's probably a little bit better, but it's a little bit gross because it's 2 lines of boss damage that slowly depreciate. Hello Leona, welcome. Can't decide between maining Shadower or DB. Do you like grinding? If you like farming, Shadower is pretty good for farming. Because it's got that meso passive is kind of nice. Need to consider emblem and secondary as well, yeah. I think typically you would prefer to have your weapon not have too much boss damage, because it's so much easier to settle on boss damage lines on your secondary, in my opinion. A lot of the times, people don't really jam for 3-line attack on secondary because it's so expensive. So I find that a lot of people end up having boss damage lines on their secondary, so it makes your boss damage lines on your weapon a little bit worse. $237 shad, and you're willing to swap. I mean, both of them are pretty good. I don't think either of them are like particularly better than the others. I think personally, I would probably stick with Shadower if it's already a Shadower. Just because I do like the idea of farming with a meso passive, if I were to already have a Shadower. You play both shads better. Also, your weapon gets a higher pot tier, so you're giving up 13 and 10 instead of 12-9. That's true. The boss tier doesn't change, so your attack is probably better on the weapon. You know, that's a good thing to think about, Janek. I didn't even consider that. So you are technically sacrificing like an additional 1 or 2% of attack. That's a good point. You need to get the Deimos shield. They're not too bad to get. I think for most players, you probably settle on 17 for a while anyway. I wouldn't recommend most players pushing the shield to 20-star early, unless you had a lot of income and a lot of recipes to play with. Shield is also less headache than the Katara. Oh, true. You are a little bit stuck in Commercy jail if you played DB, hey. You have to transpose it and then 22 it. Yuck. But you gotta do what you gotta do on that DB. Get 10 smithing first? Yeah. 10 smithing is not too bad to get. Thankfully. Worried about revamps now after Shade Iran? I think Shade is like okay. It's in an okay spot. Iran definitely got kinda jibbed. How my Eternals doing? They're all 0-star right now. I boomed my hat going for 19-star on The Shining a couple of months ago. And I have a top and bottom right now that are both 0-star. I have not really looked into improving it. Okay. What should I do now? Should I keep training my Corsair or should I do some weeklies? I think the general consensus is Shade's damage is more or less the same. It's just changed into a 1-minute burst class, right? Is that what they changed it to? I don't know what it was before, but it seems like a 1-minute burst class now, which is kind of cool. I can do some bosses. Yeah, Shade's definitely like in a comparable spot to what it was before. Whereas Iran was kinda not in a good spot. It was already in a questionable spot and then it got reworked into a worse spot. It's a little tragic. Alright. Let's see if I have guild skills. I might have to do my culvert. Yep. Well, let's quickly do culvert. Are there any juniors on? Uh-oh. There are no juniors on my buddy list. Let me check the guild. No, I have no G skills. If there's no juniors on, then I'll just probably do my Xenon stuff. How do I do it again? I can do half of them without my guild skills anyway. I don't think I have any pets on this character. I have a ring or a stray on this character. What's my raw button? Oh? H? Is this it? It is. Oh, almost died. Oh, that's crazy. I forgot I had a raw on this. I managed to get 2 rampages off. I don't know if that's right. It looks okay. Okay, 4K, not bad. Not redoing that, of course. Might have to wait until tomorrow. Alright, we did get our G skills. Is it better? It's about the same as usual. I don't think it was like that much better. Okay. Combat power, it's about 60 mil. And Hexa is looking like this. Nothing too crazy. What I do need are some pets, because I did not have Call of the Wild on, or anything else. Where are my pets? Are they on my DA? I don't know if they're just in the cash shop. It would be really sad if they're just sitting in my cash shop right now. I did that entire culvert without my Call of the Wild on. Playing Wild Hunter without Wild Hunter pot? Yeah, for real. You solo H Lucid? Me? I can solo up to V Healer. I have one pet there. Where's the other one? Definitely need a second pet. Okay, definitely spare pets on my mechanic. But yeah, the score's definitely better than before. The only gain that I got was actually the raw. I did get a raw 4. Oh, not raw 4, sorry, raw 3. Which I think should be better than some of the rings I was using. Where are my pets gone? They're just like gone missing. One of my characters has 5 pets and I don't know which one has it. Otherwise I have no idea where it went. Does the Wild Hunter buff pot too, or the same one? You only get whatever's on the Wild Hunter pot, because the Wild Hunter pot is actually slightly better than the Wild Hunter buff. It gives you the Wild Hunter buff, but on top of that, like a bunch of extra things. So you get just basically the difference. Alright. 2 pets is all I need. I'm gonna start off with Will. That tends to be the one that gives me the most grief. Wait, no! No, it's so cooked. My pet just died in my hands. Do I really want to... I'm too lazy to charge NX right now. I'm gonna go find another pet. This is so doomed. I'm just like trying to find where the missing pets are. Yeah, I found some of them. I bet my friends on my buddy list just think I'm an idiot. Just why am I logging in back and forth? Alright. Surely I don't need to log in and out anymore. And we can just go straight into hard will. Now this character has 4 pets. Right. Oops. I have no money. There's that, and guild buff. That's probably good enough. Let's go Will. Hello Gibson. Why not? Fems. Damage gear. Okay, looks about right. I don't have Origin. Can I do this without my Origin? Or do I have to wait a little bit? I don't know if I can one phase conveniently without Origin. I'm gonna have to wait. Maybe about when it has like 30 seconds or so. I missed my bind. Well, that's a good start. Was I supposed to Origin here? I don't remember. I don't think so. I messed up my thing because I spent too much time on the other side. That can't be helped. Hopefully it's enough to phase. Alright, kinda enough. Wild Hunter's broken class. Yeah, you would hope so, but it's not. The class is kind of cool, I won't lie. After playing a little bit more, I do genuinely like Wild Hunter, but it is lacking a little bit of damage. Comes with its own potion. That's crazy. This is why I never gave JH the Wild Hunter thing when we were bossing together. I think when he was carrying me Sea Gloom, or maybe V Healer in the early stages of my character, I don't remember giving him Call of the Wild a single time. Not because I didn't want to, but because I never remembered. Oh, I should have done this on the blue side, because this one can't be bound. Finding it hard to live. Yeah, some situations are actually hard to survive in Lotus, depending on your class. I find that if you're just struggling with it, Fountain is not a bad tool to try to use. That definitely helps a lot with the random chip damage that Lotus throws all the time. So maybe you can have a look into that if you have it. Otherwise, it's just getting used to being able to dodge what is actually dangerous. Because there's so many things going on, you kind of have to pick your poison in a sense. Like you have to get hit by some things. You can't dodge all of it, because if you try to dodge everything, you're either not going to do any damage or you're going to put yourself in a weird spot. So I'd say it's probably better to like figure out what you can get hit by. Like some of them are really bad to get hit by. For example, the like the flying girders from the platform that like just fly at you and knock you around. Yeah, try to get out of annihilation mode. That one's probably one of the biggest things, if you can try to do that. Oh, beautiful. Look at that raw damage. Holy. Well, thank you so much for that, Will. Maybe I should have saved that for P2. It's a Raw 3. You will eventually get into Annihilation mode, JH. It's still like reasonably fast. I don't know about normal, but like in hard, you definitely you basically start in it, and then you can go back into it. Yeah, it's not as fast as extreme, but it's still like reasonably fast. For normal, it's a little bit easier to stay out of Annihilation, but for hard Lotus, you can definitely end up going into it, depending on how long the run is. You haven't spent more than 10-15 minutes. I think in P2 you can avoid it. P1 you can avoid it. But even in P2, if you're there for long enough, you do eventually kind of go back into it if you are not like hard avoiding everything. P3, well, you know, Annihilation mode is just kind of a given at that point. P2 you can delay it for sure. But if you're in P2 for like 6 or 7 minutes, I think it will naturally go into it anyway. Because it slowly like goes up. It wouldn't even be because of your dodging. Oh no, I pressed my origin. I did not mean to do that. Oh man. Oh well, what's done is done. I guess we're waiting 6 minutes in here. Stupid origin. That was tragic. Even in extreme lows, you go Zerk mode in P1, you're bad? Oh no. I think I'm bad. Man. I guess technically I only need one origin anyway. This was JH talking shit. Maybe. Do I want to stay here and wait for my burst? I don't want to wait for like my origin, but maybe I'll wait for burst. I don't know. This is a pretty fast run, despite me like messing up my my burst cycles. Should I save raw for my origin? I don't know. Should I just use it on my entry burst? I'm just gonna let the cutscene play out, I guess. If he gives me poison straight away, it's doomed, but that's alright. Wish I had my burst right here. That was a really scuffed burst, but it worked out. Ah, my raw ran out. That's sad. I was meant to press my raw, but I pressed the button next to my raw. Need to start cleaning up the webs a little bit here. I have full moonlight. What a waste. Is continuous 4 better than raw? I have no idea. I'd imagine raw would be better. Seems intuitive that raw seems better. Continuous falls better after Mastery 3 and 4. Oh, I see. What did they boost for DS that makes the difference? What did they boost? Must be pretty significant if it's like a jump from raw to a continuous. Jump dark meta, I see. Alright guys, is my Wild Hunter gonna get a book? The Corsair already fail stacked for it, right? Oh, I lost my door. What happened to my hold? Why is there so many webs here? Swap to drop. Legion luck. And book. No book. One of these days, guys, we get a book. Not today, though. Alright, 13 minutes left. I can probably do... maybe Damien. Oh no. I don't have Origin. So all these bosses kind of suck. I'll just wait for my burst to come up. Oh, actually, Gloom makes a lot of sense. No, you're right. Because I can just weigh out my cooldowns in here. I don't need my Origin full of entry burst. Genius. No, I didn't pop a new thing. Oh, that's right. Oh. Well, I just ate that. Thankfully, that doesn't do... Is stream GG? I hope not. It looks okay to me. Mic muted. Oh. That's strange. It didn't even show up on my side that it cut. Usually when it cuts out, it tells me. Alright, good thing it's all good. Wait, what was the burst damage so sad? Yeah, that will do it. Yeah, you know what? I'm still in drop gear. I don't want to be in here anymore. I don't want to be in here anymore. It didn't change back into damage gear, guys. Rerun angle. Yeah, I'm just gonna wait for my Origin and do something else. Wait for my burst again. I was wondering why did that, like, I did 5%. What's going on? Is it like a 30-minute run? It's not a 30-minute run. That is troll. I'm not crying, you are. It's always Gloom. It really is. I hate Gloom. Gloom ruins my week. 4 times a week. Maybe even 5. I'm just gonna do Damien after this. Because Damien sucks. In general. But at least I have my... At least I have my guild skills up for this. Gloom's my nemesis. It really is. Thankfully this class has a really long iframe. Oh, thankfully I didn't need to worry about jumping up because he just died instead. IRL sleep debuff. A little bit. Who would have thought this boss is a lot more bearable when you do damage to it. Please, just keep staying on the floor. That'd be really appreciated right now. I think this one is actually around 2 origins long, so it's not too bad. It's more of a class thing. It's just that P3 is, P2 is a little bit gross. P2 is really annoying on this class because of the whole orb thing. There's a key down skill. Ah, I ran out of stacks. Unfortunate. I love playing with key down bursts. It's so good in Damien. Yep. What 2 classes you think of hyperburning? That's a good question. I haven't thought that far yet. Oh. Guys, I'm dying. They're giving us so many hyper burns. I don't know what to do with it. There's too many options. I just realized Raw is so bad in this fight as well, for my class. I can't stay above. I'll wait for that hand to close. You don't know that I'm not gonna burn a bishop, or a bowmaster, or a demon slayer. Come on. What if I change my mind? You never know. What if I did it for content? What if I'm just been telling you guys I'm gonna burn these classes this entire time, but so you guys can't guess what I'm playing? I've been saying that it's wrong. Yeah, decent damage, I guess. Good enough. Oh. You know what? Good enough. Hyperion Phantom? Honestly, Phantom's not even that bad. I think the hard part about Phantom for me is just like training it. I don't remember Phantom having particularly good training up until 260, but if I'm hyperburning it, it's probably reasonable. Things become a lot better when you don't have to spend as much time training it. Oh no. It's not that bad. The last time I trained a Phantom was a long time ago, so maybe the meta has changed. I remember being told to like train with the Pathfinder skill, and then placing platters down while using that is it's a little bit all over the place for me. But I do have a Phantom though. On Kronos. It's like a 250 Phantom. Alright. Eye patch? Eye patch. No eye patch. I'm sure it gets a lot better after 6th job. Soul Janus I can imagine being pretty good. And if your cards can one-shot with Ice Orb, you can probably full clear really easily. But at the same time it's like, why would I play Budget Bowmaster? Yeah, exactly. So like if you use Platter the whole way, then wouldn't it just be better for me to just play Bowmaster? I think that's like kind of part of the reason why I'm not that interested in Phantom, is that training is a big reason why I play classes. Like if it trains well, I'm more inclined to play it, right? But then every time that somebody recommends me Phantom, I always just remember, well, this is just, I could just play a Night Lord, or I could just play Cannon Master, because if you're going to steal those skills anyway, might as well just play those classes. The bossing dynamic is very different, of course, but no, training is a big part of a character. If Phantom gets a lot stronger, then I'd be probably more considerate of it. If it gets a lot stronger after hitting the Mastery 3 and 4, then maybe I'll consider it. But the thing is, a class being bad, it doesn't phase me. I literally play Mechanic, Wild Hunter, and Battle Mage. Like, no matter how bad other classes are, it's not going to be as bad as those, according to the stats. So, yeah. And genuinely, after playing all these quote-unquote bad classes, no, if it's only uphill from here, all classes look pretty good. All the classes in the game look pretty damn good if my standard is Wild Hunter, Battle Mage, Blaze Wizard, and Mechanic. Now they gotta give me an extra form of mobility on the on the Blaze Wizard, and then maybe I'll consider it. Right now, if it's only using just a really sad flash jump, I'm not up for it. I'm sorry. The mobbing of it already is fine. Like I already like the class's mobbing. It's just the bossing of it is like kind of Papega. If I didn't like the class, I wouldn't have made it in the first place. It's just that I kind of expected it to be better. Australia tier list is upside down. True. It has a place down teleport, but it's literally like a worse version of the Archer one. Because the Archer one doesn't disappear after you use it. Whereas the Blaze Wizard one, you have to put it back down after you use it. Like, Marksman and Bowmaster are better mages than Blaze Wizard. Unironically. I don't understand how covering fire works. That is just basically magic anyway, so, you know, Bowmaster and Marksman kind of more magical than a Blaze Wizard is. One-time use? Yeah. Yeah, you can keep using it, but you have to just remember to put it back down. Like, you have to place it back down every time you use it. Just lead back to Bowmaster. I am not playing a Bowmaster. Probably run into a corner. I cannot see what's going on. Whoa. Alright. No dying in Lotus. I can't really tell if I like the raw. I don't know when I'm supposed to use it. I feel like it doesn't do anything because I'm pressing it at the wrong time. I gotta really read the Discord again to find out when I'm supposed to actually use my raw. But at the moment I'm literally guessing. At least my runs are pretty fast. It's only 8-minute Lotus. With no guild skills too. That's pretty good. Hey, Diff. I'm technically missing the crit rate, but the eye is actually pretty okay here. I think instead of the 21 attack, I'd prefer crit rate, but 21 attack is just like a good settle. Drop. Zuck. Ooh, ring box. $13 mil, no origin solo. Seems a bit ambitious, but yeah, you can give it a go. Seems a bit ambitious. Especially with no 6 job, it's a little bit bad. Yeah, if it had origin, then maybe doable, but without origin, it seems pretty bad. 13 mil is a little bit ambitious. Even if it was a 30-minute run, Xenon kind of bursts once every 4 minutes. Because you gotta take into account charging the laser, right? So I think you would actually just run out of time. I don't know if it's actually clearable. Most classes you can just buff up and then just full send the boss, but Xenon, you gotta charge the laser every time you burst, which it really does add on across the entire fight. No origin DS to it. I think a min clear H Lotus is definitely more attainable on 2-minute classes that have quick setup, because then you're bursting very frequently and it's like not too hard to do. I think classes that have a lot of setup have trouble with min clearing just because you physically spend a lot of time waiting for your stuff to set up. And Xenon is probably one of the worst classes. Right, the fact that you have to charge a laser and its DPS is like average at best, and it's really reliant on its burst, it's a bit hard. I think they're just considering doing it for fun, not necessarily because it's a good idea. I don't mind the 30-minute runs. As long as it's like not unnecessarily difficult, if that makes sense. Some bosses are actually just straight up not fun to do, even as a struggle. Thinking things like maybe Dark Knell. That boss isn't that fun even as a struggle. There's some bosses as a struggle is like not that bad. Thinking things like V Healer. I don't mind doing 30-minute V Healer. Actually, I have my origin up. Should I just do Gloom? Let's do Gloom. Alright, I actually have my damage gear in now this time. Alright, no trolling. I'm probably still going to do like 5% because I don't have guild skills, but hey, you can save guild skills for another thing. I didn't use Wild Hunter Pot. Crige. Yeah, my first solo on Hyperion for Dark Knell was like close to 30 minutes pre-nerf. Would not recommend doing that. That is a bit of a mental toll. This is way too much effort. I did it for the content, but I can't imagine people doing that unironically for prog. I feel like at that point you're better off either skipping it and just doing normal, or you just party up. Yo, that's rude. Did it before darkness changes? What did they change with the darkness actually? I don't even know. Oh my god. My origin burst did 10%. Oh man. It is so sad. I'm not fussed about like clearing or not clearing, it's just gonna be a long run. Ah, I didn't press vicious. Oh, that's why. Oh, the most important buff I didn't press. You see this? Oh, that is actually grief. That's like not pressing last resort. Pre-nerf is a dark side requirement. Oh, that right, because during darkness the balls still drop. Yeah, I remember. I wasn't sure if you were talking about that or the old Gloom. I don't know if you guys remember like the original Gloom where you would just like... It's just a ball and it just keeps hitting you. There was no mechanics, it was just bashing the screen. Okay, I pressed it this time. All good. Improving. Oh, what the heck. Alright, somehow my off origin burst did a decent amount of damage. It's almost like Vicious did stuff. This next burst I have my raw. That's something. Don't know if my bursts will be up nicely for the next open. I think I'll be off by like 10 seconds. So it might be better off just saving my burst until the next open. Because I kind of scuffed it. Yeah. I'm just gonna have to wait for the next open, as sad as that is. Maybe I'll get a double open, who knows. Alright, any believers? Are we gonna get any drops today? Whoa, 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 almost went straight into that laser. Another ET for you to tap now? Unlikely, but it could happen. When guild skills, they're on cooldown right now. And I'm too cheap to pay for them. Third ET for the Wild Hunter. True. The Wild Hunter is kind of allergic to 18 star though, so not expecting too much, if anything. Even if I did get it. Oh! Got too close to the sun. Well, gotta wait for the next open. I love that the boss is a waiting game. This is actually slower than my mechanic. My mechanic kinda ate well, and now it's stronger than my Wild Hunter. Minus 2 mil. It's all good. I didn't even remember to press the door pot before I entered. Can't spend 2 mil if you don't remember to spend it. Oh, that hit my head. Are you kidding me? I thought I was short. Didn't have my raw up. I didn't want to wait. God, this is actually going to be like a 20-minute run. That's pain. You remember to spend 50 bill off event? I didn't remember to spend 50 bill. I just did it anyway. Did a boom one at some point? Yeah, I had two. On one of the shinings, I had 2 ETs, and I was just gonna roulette them to see whichever one went to like the highest star. My first one boomed at 17 to 18, like almost immediately, like close to like 1 or 2 taps. It was like the first try or second try after getting to 17 it blew up. So my current one's at 17. Didn't even have fun with it. Alright, good night, Pash. No fun for the ET. And because I didn't actually have a 4th ring, I used the ET at 17. I only replaced it recently with this Raw 3. Because Raw 3 is definitely better than a 17 ET. And all my other rings are slightly better base stat wise against the ET. ET went home. True. Oh, I can... Oh, I don't have my burst. No! Oh, I griefed. What's new, guys? Nice burst, guy. Good one. It's a lot of darkness mobs. Yeah, I just because I'm locked facing right, and the mobs were coming towards me on the left. So I ended up just running away from them. I couldn't kill them. Or I didn't want to turn around to kill them. So good. Struggle run is how we get pitch boss, right guys? Copium. Probably could have bursted this one. Oops. Oh, I guess it's the next one. Actually, I can just double open here. Probably should have set up my burst anyway. Didn't realize it was a double open. Oh man. Oh! I got reversed and I ran straight into the laser. I hate the reverse mob the most. It's like I don't react to it fast enough. Ran straight into the laser. Gloom die out, typical. That's crazy. Nah, surely I won't die out today. Surely. Come on, you guys gotta have some faith. Guys, I have 2 lives, that's plenty. You know, if you think about it, mathematically, if I lost 3 lives in the first 70%, I should be able to survive the last 30%. Math checks out. Drop to 1 for tension. I don't even need to do that on purpose. It's gonna happen. It's gonna happen. One of the lives that I lost was so dumb though. I'm pretty sure like I thought I was like underneath the platform when it spawned or whatever. I was ducked. I still got hit. That was pretty Papega. Typical mule buff bar. That's true. I won't deny that one. That's how you know that I'm on a mule. When it doesn't have guild skills, doesn't have red pot, doesn't have blue pot, no green pot. Just a boss pot and that's it. No VIP, nothing. Mules are here to be robbed. Not for anything else. It's getting close to darkness though, I'm a bit scared. This one run is how long your 10 mules take. Just to do all of them? No. This is how life is. 20-minute sea gloom. No G skills. Where's the fun in blowing up the bosses, right guys? Hello, one. Welcome. I am so gonna die. Oh no. Somebody help me. Oh, it's burst time. Oh, man. Well, at least I got the double open. Skip Sea Slime and H Dark. That seems like the life. I hate H Dark and Slime. Oh no! Uh-oh! Heal! Heal! Alright, we're good. Nothing to worry about. Can recommend a job for main. Low mechanics to play, still do weekly bosses. Well, for the most part, most classes are pretty straightforward to play nowadays. So I guess you're looking for a class that's like simple to play. That's like relatively strong. Honestly, all the meta classes are in that spot right now. Yeah, Demon Slayer's a good pick, I guess. Bowmaster. I don't know. There's a lot of good classes that you can pick from. Maybe if it's your first character, stay away from the combo classes, of course, if you want like a straightforward class. Yeah, if you want something like just solid, simple execution, can't go wrong with most archers. Alright, see, that wasn't so bad. Just 20-minute run. Just a 20-minute run, all good. The things that we do to be cheap on our mules. Ooh, ring box. Now that is actually a fun drop. No, it's not a fun drop. Critical damage 3. Do you have any like style, like gameplay style that you like? Because if you want to be like really mobile, we can probably help you pick something along those lines, or you just don't mind being straight up in front of the boss. There are a lot of classes that can do that. I'm gonna die. Oh, never mind. Alright, see you, Sloth. Thanks for joining in stream. I think as well, most of the warriors you can't really go wrong. A lot of them are like straightforward execution. At least the explorer warriors are. You can't really go wrong with like paladin, hero, or dark knight for that matter. Play mage. I think all the mages, at least explorer mages, are like fine to play. You do lose a little bit for not having a high legion, but you know, at the end of the day, if you play what you like, it doesn't really matter. Infinity is pain. That's alright. If Infinity is like the main annoying part about it, it's not that bad. Guild skills up. Alright, let's finish off Hard Lucid and then finish off these. Playing Reboot, I think you didn't see anything? Usually most people are in like the later areas. If you just joined, you're probably in the early areas, and a lot of the areas below level 200 outside of the towns, probably you won't see people. A lot of us are in the areas past level 200. So if you just started, that makes sense. Don't worry, the servers aren't empty, it's just everyone tends to be in the higher level areas. Alright, good night Shanks, thanks for dropping by. Oh, I did not press my raw. I'm so sad. I'm gonna press it anyway. Play 2 hours to get even to level 70. Yeah, I mean, starting off fresh is really hard. A lot of the times if you start fresh off event as well, like right now we're in like the down season, we just finished up a bunch of events, is quite rough. But they have been making it like gradually easier to level up the early levels. Like the quest line that Polo's talking about. Every class or every character has like a quest line they can follow all the way to level 200. And it's like reasonably good EXP from what I remember. Especially if you are not on a prepped account. Like of course, if you just started, you don't really have that many resources to play with. Those quest lines are actually reasonably good from what I saw. I think right now, the main thing is just try to just enjoy yourself. It's off season right now, there's not many events going on. It's just a bit hard. 3 hours a day is quite a lot, but it doesn't scale very well early on. That's the hard part about Maple Stories to start. If you don't have like a fast way to get into the game, it can be pretty rough. I hope this iframe lasts long enough. Where are you going, Jaguar? Get over here. Playing Hyperion because you follow me. It's just a smaller server for sure. But between the two, if you want to see like more people around and want to be in a more populated server, Kronos is definitely the better choice. But if you don't mind the emptier player count, yeah, there's pros and cons to both servers for sure. I am stuck between all of these golems. Somebody get me out of this. You're already hyper burned and around 210. Am I too deep? I wouldn't say so. I think you can't go wrong. Alright, this might sound kind of bad, but it's okay to be like indecisive early on. You're better off being indecisive early on than too late, right? And in my opinion, it's probably a little late, just maybe a little late when you hit 275. Anywhere before that, I think you're kind of still chilling. They have made it a lot easier recently to like level up faster. Until you start hitting like above 265, 270, then maybe the grind slows down quite a lot. But even until 260, I'd say most players are pretty happy to swap characters if they're not that interested. Oh no, I'm gonna die here. I'm just gonna burst out. Oh! I hate bursting out of anything. Between the two servers, you just definitely pick between, do you want to see a lot of other people, or do you want to be in a quieter server and then just kind of do your own thing. I feel like Hyperion is perfect for those who aren't that interested in doing party content. But if you want to do party content earlier, Kronos is definitely a better pick. Alright, please don't sickle. That's all I ask. Okay. I have Origin coming up. Oh my god, I'm dead. Never mind. Got lucky there. Didn't spawn into a laser. Where did she despawn? She despawned up there. So we should be able to prep burst here. Wait, how did I not bind? Oh man. Okay, I did 2 HP bars, that's not the best. Oh, 3. And the next, during the summer, it's going to be pretty big. They're going to add a bunch of stuff. It's just right now, we're at like the tail end of the current events. So there's not really much in terms of new stuff, really. I think when the anniversary event comes around, you could also start there. Swap mains at 290. It's true, you did do that. I feel like it wasn't particularly your choice to swap. It was more like the game telling you you should swap. When's next anniversary? It should be in like a couple of months, like 2 or 3 months from here. It's just whenever this event ends, it might have some stuff that you could use. I'd say like keep an eye out on the new events. They tend to be like pretty good. But yeah, I also changed mains at 280 twice. Did it twice. I even swapped worlds after being like one of the most geared characters in the server. Doesn't matter, just do whatever. He swapped from Bowmaster? He did. His Demon Slayer's too lucky. Ah, that's sad. If it goes 3-3, you will swap. We'll find out in a few weeks, right? Do you say like 2 or 3 weeks or whatever? Monster Park do be pretty insane. Oh no. That was troll. That golem almost got me. Okay, I just jumped off the map and died. Which weekly boss requires you to learn the mechanics? I think most of them have like a few mechanics that you should learn. Some of them are a lot easier than others. Like for example, Zakum is really straightforward. Cygnus is very straightforward. But then you have some bosses like, so the Chaos Root Abyss bosses, they become a lot harder. Okay, I just got a mega griefed by that plat break, but it's all good. Oh, there's a dragon. I hope my iframe lasts long enough. I did half of a bar during that burst. Thank you so much, Lucid. What's the new main now? I guess the main focus right now would be my Corsair. I've been playing a lot of my brand new Corsair. It's been pretty good. It's gotten pretty lucky over the last event. It's not bad. Oh my god. Sickles. 500k can't do CZAC? Yeah, that sounds about right. I mean, you might be able to, but it'd be a very long run. I don't know if that's particularly enjoyable. I think for the Iran, they hyperburned it. They mentioned it earlier that it was hyperburned. Yeah, but 500k combat power is a bit low, especially at the beginning, because you don't really have like Lynx and Legion. I think they thought that you manually trained at each individual level. I don't know. Maybe they did say they hyperburned it to like a certain level. Because it did, the hyperburn did stop like about a week ago or something. So it could have been that. Oh, okay, I mean like manually training those 16 levels isn't that crazy. Most of it's probably dailies anyway. So doomed. The laser's got me good. Can I even chip the 5% conveniently here? Like 2 or 3 days before the Hyperburn finished. Yeah, that makes sense. There's still some pretty good stuff in this current event. Like the strawberry farm is pretty good for EXP early on. Alright, time to wait. Wait. Guided arrow might kill it. I should chill out. Whoa. Whoa. Not me almost griefing. Just gonna wait for burst and then we're out. Still wondering how the battle mage recommend YouTube. I'm surprised too. It's not like it's a new video either. It's a relatively old one. Like, I think my first video was like about a year ago. For the battle mage at least. Oh well, regardless, I'm glad that you're here. I appreciate the support. As long as you enjoy the game, that's all it really is, right? It's up to you if you want to keep playing, but I appreciate you hanging out. Even though the last time you played Maple Story was like you said, a long while ago. Alright. Needs tons of money. Yeah, in a lot of the regular servers, Maple Sea being one of them, a lot of progress can be done just by paying. And compare that to Reboot here, or like Kronos Hyperion. It's not as bad. Ooh, Twilight Mark. Of course it's this character that gets it. Would not mind Twilight Marks on the other characters, but this one's getting them. Do I stream daily? Yeah, I usually stream about 3 to 4 hours a day. Around 4 or 5 hours before now. I'm getting towards the end of my stream right now. Once I finish up these last couple bosses, I might call it for myself because I gotta go do some other things like grocery shopping, unfortunately. It's really grim actually, now that I think about it, about groceries. It's just that eggs are really expensive and hard to come by right now. I think the fiance wants eggs. I don't know if it's $2 per egg, but I would not be surprised if it was $2 per egg. Maybe not that bad. It's just always out of stock. So I'm from Australia right now. It's a little bit past 6 PM, so 6:08 right now for me. Later this stream. It's okay, he didn't miss out on much. I think. Today we just did some stuff on the Corsair, pushed a few levels, did a few bosses, and now I'm finishing up with some weeklies here. But yeah, good to see you, CC, even though you came a little bit later than usual. Unfortunately towards the end of the stream, but it is what it is. Anything from Sunday. I spent 5 bill and I managed to get 2 21 stars. Very lucky. Mules never struggle. Yep. So I don't have too many things left to Star Force. Hopefully that means that I save my money a little bit for the following Star Forcing event. Ideally that's going to be the case, but we'll see what happens. All that the Corsair needs right now is shoes and I guess sup fodder? Corsair has 11 mil combat power at the moment, I think. Should I get your slam from 15 to 17? Down 4 bill? Ah, that's unlucky. Yeah, the 15 to 16 jail is quite strong. Not much we can do about that too, unless we wait for a 5, 10, 15. But waiting for 5, 10, 15 is kinda boring. That's why we spend money off event, right guys? Why wait when we can spend now? You know, if you think about it, if you spend off event and you don't hit, that means that you're inclined to farm back your money. That means that you will probably spend more money overall, which is a good thing because you have a higher chance of hitting. Because you farmed more for it. Yep. Therefore, always good to spend off event. Is that how it works? I don't know what I just said, honestly. I feel like what I just said wasn't even English. What is my highest combat power character? It's probably my battle mage at like 210. Boy math. Yup. Checks out, honestly. Okay. That should be all the bosses today. The only ones left I need to do is Black Mage. So I'm hoping to get Black Mage done this month at some point. And then I think I also need to do my V Healer lib. But I only need one more Crux, right? Oh no, I need 2 more. I need this month's and next month's Crux. Okay, yeah, so I do this month, and then I can do V Healer whenever, and then, yeah, nice. Alright. Sell the crystals, and let's put everything away. Oh, I don't want to put that away. 38 cubes. I actually am pretty happy to get more of these bright cubes, or not bright cubes, hard cubes, because do need them to tier up my stuff to epic. Buying epic pot scrolls is kind of sad, but what can you do? Alright, I think that'll be it for today, guys. Thank you all for hanging out with me. We did a decent amount of stuff. We got our weeklies away from the Wild Hunter. There's only a few more characters worth of weeklies I need to do. I think I need to still do my Xenon, a couple on my Mechanic, my Pathfinder, and my DA. I know mine is a lot. There is a lot. But yeah, just mostly been focusing on my Corsair recently, so I'll be uploading maybe a video soon. I've decided to pivot my content away from my DA and onto the Corsair, so yeah. It's a lot of footage to go through. Who would have thought a week's worth of footage is a lot, but we're getting there. But yeah, I'll see you guys probably again similar time tomorrow, and yeah. We'll see if we end up spending more money. Alright, take care guys. See you all again tomorrow.